But true, comrade, that when you look at the United States and with the Helms-Burton Act that you heard him speak about, and you're right when you said that it was an act that was officially known by the Americans as the Liberated and Democratic Solidarity Act or Liberated Act, where they figure that they were trying to get in solidarity to the Cubans who felt that the revolution did not treat them fair, the revolution of Mr. Fidel Castro, right, president, and so what that sanction did was to prevent foreign companies from doing trade with Cuba. If they would, that they would be penalized for alleged trafficking of property, which was confiscated by the revolution. And that happened way back in 1966.
That's right.
And it was by, again, not a Republican party, but it was done by the Democratic Party,
yes. Mm-hmm.
By Lyndon Johnson, mm-hmm. and who was the 46th president of the United States. So when we look at foreign policies of the United States, there's not much of a difference with political parties.
Right. But let's take it right now. I would like to take it to the present state.
Yes.
I'd like to take it since we normally have our chit-chat before a guest comes up.
Yes.
The region last week, the United States dramatically expanded its naval presence in the southern Caribbean, dispatching 7 warships, an amphibious assault groups, a nuclear-powered submarine, reconnaissance aircraft, and some 4,500 servicemen. Washington insists the mission is aimed at dismantling drug cartels designated as terrorist organization, but the scale of deployment suggests a broader geopolitical game, one that places Venezuela directly in the crossfire. President Nicolas Maduro condemned the build-up as imperialism and quickly mobilized 15,000 troops along the Colombian border. His government also urged citizens, militia to prepare for defense of the revolution, escalating an already tense situation. 4 members of the Bolivarian Alliance for the People of Our Americas, ALBA, including Dominica, Cuba, and Nicaragua, the stakes are high. These states depend on Venezuelan trade and development support. A prolonged U.S.-Venezuela confrontation could weaken ALBA's leverage and force members to recognize their alliances. For Dominica, which has carefully balanced ties with both China and Venezuela, the challenge will soon be whether to lean more towards Washington for stability or risk isolation by sticking to the ALBA fold. The episode spotlights the fragile diplomatic maneuvering that small Caribbean nation must perform amidst an era of increased great power rivalry. You hear that?
Mm-hmm. I just want to, before you continue, I just want to tell my technician that we need to see the face of Mr. Harley Adams, mm-hmm. the brain. I'm not getting the face of Harley Adams, so I would appreciate if we can get the technician to rectify this, to get Harley Adams to be viewed. Yes, so you're right. We have seen in terms of their foreign policies, they are not much of a difference. The Republican Party, the Democratic Party, and today we are hearing about trade wars. Basically, we can say that they're not physically fighting, but we are talking about taxes and high taxes and what is required in terms of trade taxes by the United States to make America great again.
Is America trying, and there's a lot of discussion, and I mean, different schools of thought, is America trying to steal Venezuela's oil? Because Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world.
And it must be said that in all of these problems that is going in between the United States and Venezuela, it must be told that Venezuela itself is trading with the oils in the United States.
Well, Venezuela is selling some of its oil to China.
And yes, to I think 45% of the oil being sold to foreign countries actually comes from Venezuela to the United States.
Right. So the question is, when we have listened to a lot of the discussion in terms of drug trafficking, we know of Escobar, and that man was based in Colombia. We know, for instance, most of the drugs coming from Latin America, and it's no secret, comes from Colombia, Nicaragua, Ecuador, right? Some of the drugs pass through Venezuela, but the bulk of the drugs, when we look at what happened, and we look at the State Department and the files on drug trafficking in Latin America, most of that drug is coming from Colombia. Because remember that we had Oliver North with the Contra situation in Nicaragua, and he was dealing with cocaine, exchanging cocaine for drugs, for ammunition. So there's a whole discussion on the situation with Venezuela. Is it because Venezuela is part of ALBA? Is it part of BRICS, the new currency to rival the United States, and trading closely and tying with the Soviet Union, China, which is forming an economic bloc to rival Western activity when it comes to trading in foreign currency, the United States dollar. And so they want to form an alternative to that. They want to trade in gold or, trade in order move money, not going through the United States, but, trading, having gold as one of their main source of revenue to trade. So we can see that something very, 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 very dramatic is happening in the Caribbean. It's a very long time we haven't had a nuclear submarine in Caribbean waters. And all that build up, aircrafts in Panama. We're seeing aircrafts outside there. We're seeing aircraft carriers. And we noticed that the Venezuelans themselves flew two F-15 fighters to look at and see what was happening. So you can see that there is a situation that's happening in Venezuela. And you notice that a boat was blown up. And that was said it was drugs that they were carrying. But where's the evidence? Have we seen the cocaine? Have we seen what is happening? And we know, for instance, that when we look at history, you see what happened in Libya, you see what happened in Iraq, you see what happened in other countries like Chile, you see where the Americans sometimes want regime change. And they always tend to find an excuse, to do that. So are the Americans really trying to do a regime change in Venezuela?
Remember, they have tried. And
no, I'm just asking.
And one time, if you realize, after the people of Venezuela elected their president, the United States gave the rest of the world other information to say this was the president, the unelected individual.
But you remember Hugo Chavez was dead, was toppled, at one time.
Yes.
And the people had to go and reinstate him. So,
So history is there to really prove.
You can see.
When the United States speaks of itself as the vanguard of democracy, it's the vanguard of their own democracy.
But it's dangerous.
Because democracy is not the same like that of the United States or in China or in Israel or in Libya or in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. We all look at democratic process differently.
But look at what's happening in Haiti. With all these gangs,
yes.
all these killings, the gangs are almost taking control. What do you have? Troops from Ghana?
Troops from Ghana now,
right.
Yes.
5,000? I mean, the kind of gangs, almost 120 gangs in Haiti. And Haiti is next to
the United States. Door to the United States.
So what's happening? What's happening?
It's not at the interest.
So Haiti has the resources that Venezuela has in terms of the oil reserve. Well, it's a discussion, So students of history.
And we can look at even the shift now of economic power in the Caribbean. Right. We are now seeing Guyana as a footstool to the United States, because I'm understanding that Exxon has made its bid to be ahead of every other company, right. To deal with dredging of oil in Guyana.
Right. So, but let me throw another thing, another spoke in the wheel quickly before guests come. You saw what happened in the military parade in China?
No, I didn't have.
But you see, you had Putin and you had Kim Il-sung in North Korea. Right, and you see the kind of military hardware
So if this
that
free,
was displayed during the military parade in China.
if this three have to come together,
So you see what's happening,
Mhm.
and you notice what President Trump tweeted.
Mhm.
Congratulations. But I want to tell you, you're conspiring against the interests of the United States.
I know.
So the world, there's a balance and there's a shift in global positioning. So the world is now poised at a very interesting stage of our history.
If it's one thing I'm happy about, Brain, that we can actually give our general public some information before we actually start our program. But we have with us this evening a young man from Penville. Yes, he's from Penville. He's from Laho, Penville, Dalaford, to be precise. His grandfather descendants came from Guadeloupe, as the surname Cognet. Some people spell it Cognette. That's how it came down to Dominica, but when they reach in the English country, they drop the TE and say Cognet. And his mom, was a very popular lady in Penville. She was called Zool. And for now, people actually in Penville who are listening will know, because I'm sure they have not seen Sebastian for a very long time. The only son of Zool, and he will tell us a little bit more of his mother and his father from Capuchin, an ordinary gentleman from Capuchin, Lipson Seaman, or Lipson Joseph. He too came from the Seaman tree. So I think Sebastian will give us a little bit more of that. And we also can say that he lived his life outside of Dalaford in Vacas Tobino by his auntie, and then some life in Roseau by his auntie Judith. So he's going to give us quite a lot of his life. So I want to say good evening to my good cousin, Mr. Sebastian Joseph. Good evening to you, sir.
Hey, Cecil, good evening, and it's a pleasure to be here with you this evening, and I hope we can have an interesting and exciting discussion.
I love your background. Honestly, I love your... Is that a green screen?
No, that's not a green screen. That's just a Zoom background that you could download on Google and install it on your Google platform.
Wow.
On your Zoom platform, sorry.
It speaks volume of who you are, really, looking at the things, all natural at the back. And I just want to say thanks for that beautiful background that you have.
Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Now, Sebastian, a lot of people, especially the present generation, and I talk about the present generation, children would have born maybe in 2005, may not know who you are from Penville. So you're going to be giving a greater story of yourself from Penville, the things that you did in Penville, the trips that you'd have had in Ogen and Dimitri, the trips that you'd have had going to Guafon, and all the other areas that your family would have owned. We're here to talk about it tonight.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty interesting. Just for a little background, I am from Grand Fond, right? And
I like that.
Is we say Grand Fond, but some people say Grand Fond, but we say Grand Fond. I am originally from Grand Fond, which is a small part of Penville. Presently, there's no more inhabitants in Grand Fond, so the generation that grew up in Grand Fond, born in Grand Fond, has migrated throughout all parts of the world, all parts of Dominica. So presently, there's not a single person living in Grand Fond, so it's just forest right now.
Some people may want to wonder, because I said that you live in Dalaford or Laho. You could tell us exactly the location of Grand Fond from Dalaford.
Okay. In Penville, you have several different areas in Penville. Penville has Laho, and then it has Dalaford. Dalaford, we used to call Ogen. So Ogen and Dalaford is basically the same place. You also have Formatlo. Formatlo is a small community between Laho and Dalaford, or between Laho and Ogen, which historically, I remember it had about 2 or 3 homes in that area. Now, Grand Fond is approximately 60 to 70 minutes walk away from Dalaford or from Laho, going towards the west, meaning it's going towards Capuchin, right? So Grandfont is the last village in Penville that is located between Penville and Capuchin.
I like that
It's
description.
approximately one. It's approximately an hour's walk from Dalafort or from Laho to get to Grandfont.
So and from Capuchin, how long would you take from Capuchin to Dalaford, to
Grandfont.
Grandfont?
Capuchin to Grandfont may take maybe 15 minutes less, maybe 45 minutes to 1 hour thereabout. So it's Grandfont is approximately midway, but a little bit closer to Capuchin. And so you have we used to have in those days when I was a child, and we used to have a strong interconnection between Grandfont and Capuchin and Grandfont and Penville, but Grandfont pertains to Penville.
I like how you put it, for people to have a clever idea. Because I'm sure that many people who are listening may not know that there is a second Grandfont in Dominica. They know of the Grandfont in the east, but they do not know of the Grandfont in the northeast of Dominica. That is, as you said, between Capuchin and Penville. And you have given the proximity of traveling from Dalaford to Capuchin about 7 minutes.
No, it says between from Dalafort or from Laho.
From Laho to Grandfont.
60 and 70 minutes by foot. And from Capuchin to Grandfont is maybe about 45 minutes to 60 minutes.
All right, so you can just say
so it's roughly in the center.
Yeah.
Roughly in the center.
Unfortunately, there was no road leading to Grandfont, so we had to pass in the bushes to get there. So you knew the track.
Yeah, there's no motorable road, but there is road that's been used historically. Remember, Grandfont has a long history, so there is road that you could walk through. It's motorable road. It's road that you could use. In those days they used to use the donkeys to traverse between Capuchin, Grandfont, or Grandfont, Penville. So the donkey was the most common form of transportation that was used between those areas. And while you're on Grandfont, I remember, Cecil, even if Grandfont does not have anybody living presently, I remember when I was a small child, Grandfont used to have massive New Year's feast. People used to come from Portsmouth, from Cottage, from Vilcaz, from Capuchin, from Penville, and they used to come to Grandfont for New Year's feast. I was a small child, so that may be somewhere 60s, 70s, thereabout. But Grandfont was a well-known small community in those days.
You said that Grandfont has a history. Could you help us to have a greater understanding of that history?
Well, listen, the history I remember of it is primarily it used to have a big feast on New Year's, right? And where people used to come from other parts of Dominica, I think primarily from maybe between Portsmouth and Capuchin, between Penville and Vilcaz. People used to come from those areas and come to Grandfont for New Year's feast. So that is one of the histories I remember of Grandfont in terms of being involved in the wider community of Dominica as a small, isolated part of Penville.
No, you said that Grandfont, with its history, I would want to know, in terms of land owners of Grandfont, if you have any background information of land owners in Grandfont. I realize you smile.
It's a good question. I at this time I cannot provide too much information regarding land ownership. However, I know Grandfont, based on my recollection, I think it has basically two owners, if I remember clearly. I think one section of Grandfont is owned by the Seaman family, and the other section of Grandfont is owned by, I think, another family associated to the Seaman family. Somehow, I'm not too good at that historical part of it, but maybe somebody listening can clarify some of the information. But basically, half of Grand Fort is owned by the Seaman family.
No. In reference, we're coming to Penville in a while, but in reference to the area that was called Seaman Gate, I know that you would have a greater history or historical information on the Seaman Gate and how it became Seaman's Gate.
Well, as I said, I don't know a lot about the historical aspect of the naming of Seaman's Gate and Seaman Estate and all of that. But as I said, I know it is the property was owned by the Seaman family, and it's my understanding that one of the original Seaman family was an Irishman.
Who was your great grandfather?
Excuse me.
Who happened to have been your great grandfather?
Well, he was part of my great grandfather.
You're too humble about it.
Excuse me.
I said you're just too humble about it. I mean, you must make people know that.
I know it's part of my history, but as I said, I don't have a lot of details about it. Mm-hmm. And but it's generally it is commonly known among us that our great grandfather was an Irishman, who obviously had children with a black woman, and so the children carried the Seaman surname up to this day. Mm-hmm. So most of that Seaman family. So you have we Seaman Estate, as I know it, is part of Grand Fort. There's also another estate that is between Grand Fort and Capuchin. It is also the area is also called Seaman, right? So I think all of that area was also part of the Seaman estate, and I believe it may have been divided among family members. So you have one estate between Grand Fort and Capuchin, and one estate in Grand Fort.
Let me ask you.
Or two estates in Grand Fort.
Let me ask you, Mr. Joseph. Was your great grandfather a slave owner? Did he have slaves?
I am not sure about that. As I said, I don't have much information about the history.
I think Sebastian, sorry,
he had slave, but there's a strong possibility.
I think Sebastian, I need to maybe help you with this one because we both came from the same lineage.
Man from Ireland.
Yeah, so our great grandfather is from Ireland.
Right.
Seaman,
right.
And he was actually sent by the Queen to do roads in the northeast at the time.
Okay.
And his repayment was that of giving him Penville, Dalaford, Seaman Gate, as we're talking about, Ocean, and a few other areas. Some 284 acres of land in that area. So it's really from
As far as I understood, there are other lands that belong to the Seaman family. There's land in Vilcaz that belongs to the Seaman family. I think somewhere in Pai. There's land, I believe, also in Penville, which is Laho. Part of Laho is also owned by the Seaman family up to this day. So there are those areas that land was inherited by the generation that came in after.
Very interesting. So the Queen gave this gentleman land for his services in terms of road construction and helping Her Majesty at the time. Who was
his
that
name?
Queen?
His name was Lipson Seaman.
Who? I wonder, and that was probably in the 1700s, 1800s?
1789.
1789, all right.
About, yeah.
Okay, we'll have to do some more research on that.
Yeah. So, yes, I'm Sebastian. So, here you are today. You have given us a little bit about Grand Fort, where you were born. While in Grand Fort, I need to know at what age did you leave Grand Fort? You left Grand Fort at what age? 1 and 2? Was your mom and dad living in Grand Fort at that time, or just your mom, or just your dad?
Yes, both my mom and dad lived in Grand Fort. In somewhere around in the 60s, they both lived in Grand Fort. But there was a historical pattern that our family followed when you would live in Grand Fort. Obviously, whether you were born in Princess Margaret or whether you were born in Portsmouth or whether you were born in the community of Penville, you would live in Grand Fort with the family. And when you turn school age, which is 4.5, 5 years, you would move from Grand Fond and then transfer to Vilcaz for school. So my siblings and I, that's except my last sibling, the other four of us, that was the pattern of our life. You raised in Grand Fond from birth to about 5 years, and from 5 years you would move to Vilcaz, and in Vilcaz that's where you would start your primary school education. So my first moving from Grand Fond was from Grand Fond to Vilcaz, and we used to in those days we lived with an aunt, which was an older aunt, who lived in Tobino. So we would move from Penville, and we would move on to Tobino, which is part of Vilcaz. I guess most people know Tobino from Mount Tobino, which is one of the steepest hills in
the Vegas area. I was about to say that. I was about to say, we call it Tobino. We have removed the Mon and call it Tobino. Yeah. So Sebastian, myself, my other brothers, his sisters, they all would have lived with Auntie Louisette, or Madi, as we normally would call her, in Tobino. I'm sure that you're able to tell us, Sebastian, a little bit of your life in Tobino, Mount Tobino, as we would normally say, from 5 years, if you can remember, going to school.
Yeah, of course, I do remember some of my early years. One of the things I remember when I was maybe about 4.5 years, I was excited about school, and then we left Grand Fond and we were going towards Penville, to go to Vilcaz for school. And then when we reached a place called Livia Shubuli, that is a river between Grand Fond and Penville, somebody I don't recall who met us there and said, "No, it's too early. I'm not ready for school. I got to wait until I'm 5." So I had to turn back as a small kid and go back to school. I was very disappointed that because all my siblings, the siblings that were before me, they had already gone. So as a younger kid, you're excited, you want to go meet your siblings and you want to go to school. And then when we moved to Vilcaz had some interesting. It was an interesting dynamic in Vilcaz because in that case we had to leave Grand Fond and we now live with our aunt. So you now had to develop a new family. Even if I had other siblings that were before me, some of them would have moved on to high school. And so you now had to be integrated with a new family, with a new society, and maybe some new values as well. And then that was a transition that I had to make at an early age. And then I remember in those early ages in Vilcaz was basically the starting of my education. I attended the Vilcaz Primary School from about 1973 to about 1976. So it was about 3 years I attended primary school in Vilcaz. And in those days, we used to have school, and then we also used to have fun. We had OPAC where we used to play sports and where we used to go to the beach in OPAC. OPAC as well is also where the one of the former Prime Minister, Mr. E.O. Leblanc used to live. And there we used to go, steal his bananas that he used to have. He used to have bananas that he used to store for his animals. I think he had animals in those days. We used to go there and try to steal 1 or 2 bananas. Because his home was right next to the field where we used to play sports, and it was also right next to the beach or to the sea where we used to bathe as children. So I remember those days pretty good. Myself and my cousins, Andrew, John, Nick, we used to go, Julie and all those guys. That's where we used to go and play our sports and have our fun as kids. We used to walk. We had to walk from Tobino to go to Pai to school, which is relatively, long walk. I would say that might be half an hour, maybe a 30-minute walk. But as kids, we always find a little shortcut. We used to pass through Coton, where there's a little shortcut to cut through that area so we can get to our destination much faster. I remember those days
Let
as
me
part of growing up in Vilcas.
let me ask you a question. The school, is it the same school? Is it located the same place as it is now?
As far as I know, yes, the school is located in the same location.
Okay, good.
No, Sebastian, you're now in Tobino Vickers, and you have to visit your mom sometimes. Where would you visit your mom? In Penville or in at the time Grand Fond?
Well, at that time, both of my parents lived in Grand Fond. So if you had to go home at the end of the school, end of the school term, you had to go to Grand Fond, right? And as you mentioned, my mom. There's one interesting aspect of the story regarding my mom.
Go ahead.
I think
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I could share is that I remember vividly that my mom used to, in those days, money was limited. That's in the early 70s. My mom used to take a donkey from Penville or from Grand Fond with food. And she would have the donkey with food and some on her head as well. And she would take that donkey from Penville and carry food for us, or carry food to my aunt's residence in Tobino, all the way in Vilcas. And as you know, Cecil, from Penville or from Grand Fond to Vilcas is what? At least
2 hours?
I think
2 hours.
3 hours.
3 hours, 2.5 hours. Yes.
At least 3 hours of walking.
Yeah.
There's a possibility it could be more as well, because from Grand Fond to Penville is already 1 hour plus, and from Penville to Vilcas maybe another 2 hours. Yeah. So my mom used to work at least 3 hours with a donkey to carry food to my aunt where we lived at Vilcas. I mean, I reflect on that several times, and I think it was an extraordinary effort that my mom had to make in order to get food to us as children living by our aunt in Vilcas.
You're very correct, Sebastian. Quite a number of people may not know that. Sometimes when I have to explain to them, especially when we had to visit our grandfather in Penville from Vickers, it was a very long walk. In those days, Sebastian, would you remember how the roads were?
Well, the roads, some part of the roads were good, some parts were not good. Historically, in my days living in Penville, the roads were sometimes good, sometimes damaged, so you had to struggle through. And generally, our roads were not very good. But you always had motorable road from Laho or from Dalaford to Vilcas. And the whole reason for using the donkey in that in those days I don't even recall there was any vehicle in Penville in the early 70s. I think Conrad had a truck sometime maybe in the 80s, I think. Prior to that, there were limited access to transportation. I think the guys from Vilcas sometimes used to come to Penville to provide some form of transportation, but transportation was limited. And the best that the families had were their donkey. So it was a means of, sometimes you don't have the money to pay for transportation, and the transportation may not necessarily be available when you need it, because transportation in those days was more or less to take people to the market at 4 o'clock in the morning. So it may not have really been convenient for the small subsistent farmer who was taking food to his kids in Penville or in Vickers. So my parent basically had no choice but to use their donkey.
I can imagine that, I can imagine that, having to walk from Penville or in Dalaford, in
Grand
Fond to Tobino. I mean, that was a very long walk. And make it worse.
It was a long walk.
Make it worse. But I can't remember the roads are so motorable, yeah. Sebastian, especially the roads when you reach Upper Penville going down to Laho. For me, there was even better roads inside of Laho than that of going from Upper Penville reaching Laho.
But that's why I said some sections of the road were in better conditions. The areas where the roads were concrete, they were generally in better condition. The ones where they were asphalt roads, those roads deteriorated pretty fast because, in my opinion, I don't think they were properly done. And because of a lot of the roads were on slopes, on slope areas, you do find you had a lot of water, which would wash away a lot of the asphalt, and that would cause a lot of damages to the road. And again, because Penville was, sort of a small community, it was not, and as I said, there was not a lot of vehicles trafficking for Penville, so maybe there were not a great demand of having proper roads. But there was water on the road. It's just that some areas the road were in very poor conditions.
Now, in Grand Fond, I would have liked to know, before we get into the heart of the Tobino life, water. How did you all get water? Where did you all fetch water, as we normally say in Penville?
Well, yeah, well, generally when you live in those small communities, you did not have a choice, but you had to fetch water. I don't know if you remember the topography of Grand Fond. Grand Fond generally is circulated by a hill on three sides, and the ocean on one side. Generally, the residents used to live on the plateau of Grand Fond, which is way up at the top, which is generally a very flat area. And in that flat area, there was a small area. There was a small area where water used to come from the ground, but that water was not used or not consumed by the residents, because in that small area, the pigs that used to roam around, the pigs that were owned by the folks who live in Grand Fond, used to use those areas to bathe. So because of that reason, we never used the water for consumption. It was primarily pigs would go there and bathe. Like they say, pigs love mud. So the pigs would go and bathe in that. But there was a little ravine. Actually, we used to call it ravine, but it was a ravine, which was way down the hill from the plateau. So we lived on the flat on top, and the water source was down the hill. So you had to walk down the hill for maybe 10 minutes. You had to walk down the hill for 10 to 15 minutes to collect your water. And then when you collect your water, you have to now walk up the hill with the load of water. So in those days, we used to use what we call jolly can. We used to get most of those plastic containers we used to get from the French islands. We used to call them jolly can, which we used to primarily get from the French islands. And those you would go down to ravine, you would fill them up. Generally, ravine was a little water source that ran through the ground. The community members, you split a bamboo, you take a bamboo, you split it in two, you take out the rib of the bamboo, you push it in the source of the water, and then you support it with rocks, and you allow the water to run from the ground onto the bamboo. Well, you make a little basin. You make a little basin, which is a basin, where the water would collect itself. You connect the bamboo to that little collecting area, that little basin, and then you put some rocks under the bamboo, allow the water to run onto the bamboo, and then the water drops down into a lower basin. And that's where you would fill your container, where the water drops down from the bamboo gutter that you would make. And then you fill your water, and then you put your water on your head or on your back, or however you choose. If it's in your hand, if it's a small container, you hold it in your hand and you walk up your hill for your next 15, 20 minutes to go up the hill until you get home. So, and then there was another way we used to collect water. At my house, I know we had one of those old copper pots. We believe it came from the history of sugarcane, from the manufacturing of sugarcane. There was one of those old, big, large copper pots. I think it was maybe about 4 or 5 feet wide, and maybe about 2 feet, maybe 2 or 3 feet deep. So it was a large copper container that was in Grand Fond, I believe, that came there from the sugarcane industry. And then we would put that in the yard and run our gutters around the house. And then whenever it rains, that water would drop into that container, and you would have that large container which would provide water for the family. So if when that water is, it's finished, then you would go to ravine. But as long as you have the container in the yard, then you have water. There's no need to go to ravine. So ravine would primarily be for those who did not have water collecting methods at their house, or during the summer when there's less rain. Obviously, you have to go to ravine and collect water.
Now, we have been speaking of all of this thing, and we have not yet mentioned the name of your mom and your dad and your other siblings.
Okay. Well, my mom is Clarissa Cognet, better known as Zul. I myself call her Zul. Most of us, the siblings, call her Zul.
Why Zul?
She's generally known for Zul. Don't ask me where Zul comes from. I don't know. And then we grew up knowing people calling her Zul, so everybody call her Zul. I call her Zul. My dad is Lipson Joseph. I assume he got that Lipson from his great grandfather. My dad's father, as far as I learned, was from Barbados. I think his name was George Joseph. There was a discussion whether it's Judge Joseph or Joseph George, but I believe, based on what we are told, that he came from Barbados when he was about 17 years on a ship that was trafficking cargo between Barbados and Dominica. So we don't know much about the history of my dad's dad. But my dad lives in Joseph, and my mother is Clarissa Cognet.
No. In terms of your mom, Cognet is not a very common surname. If you hear Cognet, like you hear the Seamans, you know that they come from one tree. You could give us a background information of Cognet.
As far as I learned, Cognet came from a French gentleman who had children with a Carib lady within the Penville Vilcaz area, and that's where the Cognet came from. So it's my understanding that the Cognet came from a French descendant.
So the Carib lady would have been your grandmother.
The Carib lady would have been some sort of great grandmother, and
right.
the Frenchman would be some great grandfather. From that perspective.
Okay, and then your mom would have been
right. Let me ask him a question. It seems to me in this area that a lot of Caribs, or what we call Kalinagos, did they reside in Vilcaz at one time, Penville area? Caribs. Would you know?
I am not sure if in the history of Penville Vilcaz, if there were Kalinagos, but based on the history of Dominica, all of Dominica had Kalinago people, so there's a strong possibility that they would have had some Kalinago people in there.
Okay.
And also too in Penville there's an area called Carib. Because quite a number of Kalinagos actually resided in that area.
Okay.
And I think that's the reason why they actually called it Carib. Is that correct?
It is called Abakwaib. So Abakwaib. So it's most like there were an area with Caribs. But again, I say I don't know too much about the history of it. But it is called Abakwaib for a reason. So most likely it would have been affiliated to Caribs.
Someone said, have you ever get to Dalaford? Someone was asking if you ever get to Dalaford.
If I ever got to Dalaford?
Yes.
Yeah, Dalaford was my neighbor. That's our next door neighbor. So you would be involved in Dalaford and Eugene and Formato. That was common areas where people farmed. That was common area where you had your friendship. There was a common area where you had your family interaction. That's where I used to go by Zaid for my mother.
What? Zaid?
That's where I used to go by Zaid. That's where Dalaford is where I used to go by Zaid for my mother.
So your life now with your grandfather and your mom in Penville, how that went?
Well, as I said, when we after Vilcaz, after living in Vilcaz from about up to about 1976, I think there were. My parents had made a decision that it was maybe too strenuous. I think it may have been too strenuous for them to be, carrying load from Grand Fond or from Magwe to all the way Vilcaz. So that was a bit tough. So they decided that they would move part of the family from Grand Fond onto Laho, because my grandfather, which is my mom's dad, lived in Laho. And so there was a decision made within the family that my mom would move to Laho with us, the younger children, because by then I think two of my elder siblings were already in high school in Portsmouth. So they were no more in Vilcaz, they were in high school in Portsmouth. And then my parents decided, well, it make more sense to live in Laho and send our children to primary school in Penville. So in about 1973, we moved to Penville. We moved to Laho, which is part of Penville, where we lived, because my grandfather had a small house that he had gifted to my mom. So my mom moved into that small house along with us, the three younger children. And so that's how we end up moving to Penville and living in Penville from about 1973 or about.
What was the experience living in Penville now? Now that you have moved from Dalaford now into Laho, how was that life?
No, we moved from Grand Fond.
Sorry, Grand Fond to Laho. Sorry.
Right, Grand Fond to Laho. Well, I mean, life in Laho was pretty simple. Some of the persons in Laho we already knew because they were family. Because generally everybody in Laho is related to each other. That's generally the one of the core areas of the Seaman family. So we already knew some of the family members, but there were strong ties between. Historically, there's always been strong tie between Laho, Vilcaz, and Grand Fond, because these areas were areas where most of the Seaman family lived or resided, and that's where they had land, and that's where they operated from. That's where they had their families. So when we moved to Laho in about 73. It was a transition that we had to deal with. For me, it was a bit challenging because Penville had predominantly spoken Creole, and at my house we predominantly spoke English. And because we started school in Vilcaz, we predominantly spoke English. But when we moved to Penville, I believe 95 to 98% of the population of Penville was speaking Creole, and predominantly Creole. There were one or two households that spoke English, but Creole was the dominant language of Penville. And so that was a transition. We now had to master Creole because everybody that you're associated with, well, most persons you're associated with spoke Creole, so you had to learn Creole and learn it fast. And so we were able to learn Creole and integrate it into the society. Some of the families, I said, we knew before. Some we had to make sort of new friends. Then that sort of changed the dynamics of living a bit, because we were now closer to Grand Fond. So we could now go to Grand Fond on a weekend. Unlike when we were in Vilcaz, we would more go back to Grand Fond at the end of the school semester or the school term. But now that we were in Penville, we were in Laho, it was easier for us to go to Grand Fond on weekends. So most weekends, not every weekend, but most weekends, we would go to Grand Fond, which is where my dad lived. So my mom lived in Penville with us, and my dad remained in Grand Fond, because Grand Fond was the primary family home. That's where we had the farms, that's where we had the animals. That's where my dad lived. That's where he did fishing, etc. So that was sort of easier for us in terms of keeping the family together or having the family interaction closer. But the challenge came with school, where, in my opinion, the quality of school was not the same, because, as I said, Penville was predominantly a Creole background community. Also, as I remember, the school was one building, and that building, I do recall it having separate classes in terms of separate rooms for classes. There were separate classes, but I don't recall it having separate rooms for classes. I may be slightly off on that one, but that's what I recall. So it was one big wooden building, and most of the students would be in there. And you know what happens when you have a community that predominantly speaks Creole, and the teacher speaks in English, the teacher teaches you in English, then it becomes more of a challenge. So that was a bit more of a challenge for us and for me as a young kid, about 8 years, 8, 9 years, trying to get an education, where we had come from a more organized school that had, all the classes were separated by their own rooms.
Let me
and
ask
now
you.
you to an area where people speak predominantly Creole, and then everybody is sitting in one big hall with separate groups. Your class would be your own group, and maybe divided by a board. So that presented, some challenges to us.
Let me ask you, can you recall who your principal was when you were in Vickers?
No, I don't. I don't remember.
Okay.
That's a long time ago.
All right. What about Penville? Who was there?
I remember Penville. We had a gentleman. I think he was from Portsmouth. I could see him, tall, dark gentleman, but I don't recall his. I think he was called Mr. Hyacinth.
Mr. Hassan, and you're correct. Mr.
Then
Hassan.
we had principals like Avan Roye, which I'm sure you know.
Yeah, Avan Roye.
Avan Roye. Generally, kids used to be afraid of Avan. Once you heard Avan was coming to school, everybody had to straighten up, because Avan was considered as the bad principal that would straighten up kids.
But Avan was himself from Vickers. Was Avan from Vickers?
Yes.
Yeah, Avan is from Vickers.
Okay.
So Avan Roye was one of the principals that I remember vividly. I remember I got beaten once in school. That was done by Mr. Avan Roye.
I think someone is confirming, saying that, yes, I'm saying that Mr. Hyacinth from Portsmouth in Penville School.
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah.
Steve Hassan's father.
Oh, okay. No, Sebastian, your grandfather has a different upbringing to that of the way that you were brought up in Dalaford. Tell us a little bit about the life of your grandfather, the role that he played with you and your other siblings.
Are you referring to Simon?
Simon, yes.
How should I describe Simon? I generally say that Simon was a terrible grandfather. I'm being honest. In that everybody have good things about them and bad things about them. My grandfather Simon was a very friendly, popular, outgoing, very jovial gentleman. But as kids growing up in the yard, we felt that he was a bit too tough. I'll give you some of the reasons why we think he was a tough grandfather. My grandfather had 2 cashew trees in the back of his yard. And as kids in the yard, we could not just go on my grandfather's cashew tree and pick cashew and eat it. And we find that was absurd. Hey, you're a grandfather. You have a cashew tree. It's ours. We need to go and, pick cashew. But you could not go in my grandfather's yard and pick his cashew without his permission or without you asking him. So we find that was horrible from our grandfather. My grandfather had cane in the yard. You have to sort of beg your grandfather to get a cane. You find as a kid, no, that's family. That's cane. That's in the yard. And those kind of things. I also remember, even recently, I was telling someone my grandfather had a tree of magomadwe. In those days, Laho only had 2 trees of magomadwe, right? And magomadwe is precious, right? And he had 1 tree of magomadwe, not in the yard, but up on his farm. And because nobody was allowed to pick his magomadwe, the villagers used to go steal the magomadwe at nights. Because my grandfather would not dare allow somebody to go to his magomadwe tree and pick his magomadwe. And it is the only 2 magomadwe trees in the yard. So obviously, all kids in the community want magomadwe. So the kids in the community had to go steal the mango at nights, right? Because the mango was not in the yard. The mango was, up in the farm. And so because of those things, he was considered as a tough grandfather. If things had happened to my grandfather's animals, whether he knew who did it or don't do it, he would blame me because I was the only son or I was the only boy in the yard. So if he goes to his farm and he sees something wrong with his animal, he would say I was the one who, stone his goat or stone his sheep, break the leg, or sometimes you innocent as a kid. I would never harm my grandfather's animal. But like he blamed me for certain things, he blamed my other siblings for certain things. So we thought of a way, we say, but our grandfather is a terrible fella, why would he blame us for certain things?
No, go ahead.
And that is part of the history of living with my grandfather. And by the way, that's the only grandfather I knew. I didn't know any of my other grandfathers. They passed away prior to me coming to sense of grandparents. Some of them died before I was even born. So my grandfather is the only grandparent that I knew. And me as a boy growing up, I don't think the experience was great living among my grandfather because of all his limitations and restrictions towards us as grandkids. And we thought, well, we are the only grandkids in the yard. All the other grandkids, they're not around. They're in Roseau, they in foreign country, or wherever they are. We are the only grandkids in the yard. So we think we deserved some love, and we deserve, to be able to pick the cashew without limitations, to be able to pick the coconut without limitations. I mean, the only thing we were allowed to take in the yard without limitations was the breadfruit. We had 2 breadfruit trees in the yard. So there was no limitation in the breadfruit trees because, we pick the breadfruit and roast it. Obviously, he had to eat from it when we roast it. So there was no limitation in picking breadfruit. But the other things he had that was close to him, there were restrictions and limitations for us as grandchildren. So we consider him to be a tough grandfather.
So what did he do now with the fruits that he had in the yard? All of that fruits that he would have had. What let it rot? Sold it. What did he do?
Or kids came to steal it?
No, I don't think he sold it. I think they fell to the ground. Who come and we have other kids in the community, and in those days, as kids in the community, we found a way. Kids in the community found a way to pick your fruits, whether you like it or not. If when you go to your garden, you're not in the yard, the kids in the neighborhood will come and pick your fruits. That was generally how we lived in the community. There are some persons we know that has restrictions to their yard and to their fruits or whatever produce they have. So the kids in the community would, as we would say when you're growing up, they would mark you.
I was just coming to that.
Yeah, they mark you if they know you go in a far distance on the farm at a certain day.
Okay.
Then when you're not there, they come in the yard, they pick the fruits and they go about their business. And that was generally how kids, use whatever fruits that were available from yards where families had restrictions.
I am sure some persons in Penville that are listening to you would like to know maybe even some of your family members in the Penville area, more so that of Laho and Dalaford.
Say that again. I didn't get the question.
I was saying that there are many people who are listening from the Penville area who maybe want to find out, Sebastien Joseph family. They would maybe want to know a little bit more. So I'm trying to find out if you could maybe identify a few members of your family from the Penville area.
Yeah, of course. Well, in Laho, when you grew up, Laho doesn't have as much people now like it had then. When I grew up, we had the closest neighbor we had was Mr. Alik, and we used to say, well, I'll tell it to you how we used to say it, right? Mr. Alik and Maze Marian. Maze Marian, which is a cousin, because she is my grand aunt's daughter, who used to live kind of south of us. So they had their children, which we had Jerome, Magdalene, Mary, and Janet, and all those kids. We grew up together, basically close, very close neighbor and close family. Then we had Nado and Maze Agnes, which is also, Nado was a Seaman family and his wife was from another village. And so we had them, Mafa, Francois, Ian,
as a matter
Archibald.
of fact, Ian is on the line talking as we speak.
Oh, Ian is on the line. Okay,
yes.
Then we had Archibald. So these were our kind of close neighbors. We grew up very, very close. I mean, now we kind of dispersed all around the world. As a matter of fact, Francois was in Totola a few months ago, and he did I did invite him home. We had lunch together, which was good. I didn't see him in the last 35 or 40 years. And recently he was at my house where, we had lunch together. So that was good and exciting. And then we had Fawn, we had Mr. We had Fawn and Mazeklemi. They are now both deceased. Um, Fawn was known as a very nice gentleman, very, very nice gentleman. Then you had Uncle Toy and Auntie Maya, um, which had, a few kids. I think one of their sons died recently in St. Croix. I think his name is Arden.
Yeah,
And
Aden.
Max,
Yeah.
Max is still in Laho. I think Mother Marian also passed away. Then you had lower than that, you had Mr. Wilfred, who had his children. I think most of them went live outside of Dominica. Then you had Tony, who took over from Mr. Wilfred. Tony became my brother-in-law at one stage because he was married to my sister. They had the only shop at one stage in Laho. Then below that you had Mador, and Mr. Mausel was the son of Mador, Mr. Mausel had married to Maza Kamen, which was from Lower Penville. I think Mr. Mausel passed away recently. We have kids, we grew up together, Marina, Constance, Carmen. Marina, Constance, and Karen, sorry, and Barnett. We grew up together in Laho. Then below that, you had Mr. Romy and his kids. You had Claumen and her kids. You have Michael on the other side. Then you had Bernard, Cecil, and all these other people. Lower down, you had Uncle Motti and his wife Silma, which were children of Uncle Ralph. So as I said, the whole of that part of Laho was generally all relative in some way or the other.
Let me ask you.
Someone said that you forget Simbot.
Forget whom? Simbot.
Maybe.
Well, remember, I may not remember everybody.
Yes.
There's lots of people, and I left Laho a long time ago.
Let me ask you. That door you're speaking about, is it Mr. Door, the one with the truck?
Yes.
No.
This one?
The door?
The door with the truck is from Lower Penville.
Okay.
But then I'm talking about Mr. Door, who was part of the Seaman family. That was a gentleman from Laho itself.
Okay.
So which means your family from the Seaman side is a very huge one.
Yeah, generally, the Seaman family, I would say maybe mid-size.
Mid-size?
But most of the household, not all, but most of the household in Laho was Seaman, with the exception to a few persons.
As we are on, it's important, because sometimes I do that, to ask people in terms of creating the lineage of the families. I know that you came from the Seaman family like myself. People like Joan Seaman and Guyton Seaman, they're all related to you.
Yeah, they are relatives. Joan Seaman, Guyton Seaman, we are like second cousin. Their dad, which is Uncle Milo, is brother to my dad's mother. So Uncle Milo is brother to my grandmother. So we are sort of second cousin, if you want to put it that way. So there were other family members. So you had Uncle Milo, Uncle Josepha. As I say, I don't remember all the names at this time. Those sort of lived in Vilcaz, because I said the family was between Vilcaz and Penville. So those lived in Vilcaz. You had Auntie Shushu, you had my grandmother, and there may be one or two other older uncles within the family.
I know,
but they all form part of the Seaman family.
And I know you can tell us about your mom's siblings. I'm sure that you are able to name your mom's siblings because they were very closely knitted.
Yeah, generally, there was always a connection with my mom's siblings growing up, especially when we moved to Laho. There was always a connection. We have Uncle Eve, who was the youngest. I think he has also passed away. He lived most of his life in St. Martin. He was married to Marie, which is from a lady from Lower Penville. That's Uncle Eve. We had Uncle Artie, who also lived in Mopac. He lived a common relationship with Agatha. for several years. He has also passed away. We have Auntie Judith, which moved to Roseau, who lived in Roseau for several years, who have several children, Cecil, Reginald, Derek, David, Maynard, um, Marlene, Joycelyn. And that family was the closest to us. Then you have Uncle Cecil, who I think was a butcher in Portsmouth for many years. I think most people from the north knows Uncle Cecil because he was the primary butcher, one of the primary butchers in the Portsmouth market for a lot of years until he passed away a few years ago. And then he had two kids. One of his son died recently, I think 2 years ago. Trevor, which was a sailor, a well-known sailor in the Caribbean. Trevor, and he also has another sister who lives in Lago. Then you had Uncle Saran, who was a fireman, who also passed away. Uncle Saran has quite a bit of children. I don't know the exact figure, but
I don't know the number. It's quite a number. Quite a number. I'm sure his daughter, Justina, is on. Justina might tell us the number. I hope that she can remember the number. But he had more than 10.
I don't know. But up to today, I still have some connections with some of his children. I know Alex in St. Thomas. When I go to St. Thomas, I link up with him a few times. We have Cletus. I know he was in St. Martin. We have Glenn, who passed away. We have Justina, Seraphine, and a few others. I say I don't know all of them, but I know some of them.
Brian.
Then we had there were other siblings who were of a different father, I believe, which is there are two aunts in Vilcas, which is Auntie Octavie or Octave.
It's called Octavia.
Auntie Octavia, who lived in Tobino, and Auntie Louisette, who also lived in Tobino. As I said, I had a good relationship with Auntie Louisette and her children because, I spent some time there with them. They're all grown. John is a pastor, I think, in the US. Andrew is a lay preacher in St. Martin. Bar, Bean,
Maureen.
Nick, most of you might know, was police officer in Dominica. I'm not sure if he still is.
No, he isn't.
You have Jonathan, who spent all his life, I think, most of his life in St. Martin. These are generally.
And you had Maureen. You have May.
Right, you have Maureen,
Alma,
May. Yeah, I almost forgot May. May has been one of the
the pillars of the family.
Persons in the family.
But when I'm listening to all these different, what I call family tree and branches, it seems to me that between Vickers and Penville, it's one big royal family. The way I'm saying it, because all of you all seem to be related one way or the other from different branches, from the Seaman family. They seem to have branched out in different dimensions. But it's not uncommon that in small societies, in villages around Dominica, that you probably have 4 or 5 family members forming the main apex of the family. Like 4 or 5 people.
Like you're very right. For instance, in the Lipson Seaman, the original seaman in Dominica, he would have had some children, and in the process of having those children, his children would have had children. So, for instance, Dr.
Matchery?
No, Dr. Grell.
Dr. Grell, yes.
Is part of the family tree. His mom, Dr. Grell's mom, and my grandfather's mom are 2 sisters.
I must say.
Right. The Harrises in Roseau, the lawyers, the Harrises, their mom and Sebastian and my grandfather, again 2 brothers and sisters. So you're right when you say in terms of that link. And one of the things I must say, Sebastian, in terms of the family, we have found ourselves in a good way to know the lineage, to know.
There's a lineage, which I would see would come out from about 4 or 5. Like you would have the Harrises, right?
Yeah,
you have the Seamans,
the Grell,
you have the
Shillingfords,
and then you would have that.
Yeah.
So basically, within a smaller community, you have what I would call 5 major families.
Yes.
constituting most of the population.
And what does happen is, especially when you have women are the seamans, but you find that they would join you for Shillingford, they would join you for Harris, they would join you for Grell. And if you don't look for that lineage, you would lose it and not understand. And I think if there's one thing, Sebastian, we can say, we have ensured that these members of our family that we have always worked closely to ensure that we have our lineage correct.
Yeah. Okay,
that is important. While you mentioned, I you remember earlier when I said Grand Fond was primarily 2 estates. I think the second part of Grand Fond, I think it was owned by the Harrises.
Right.
Yes.
I may not be exactly correct,
No, you're correct.
but I believe
the estate.
that was the other part of the family that owned the other side of Grand Fond, and also another part of some estate in Penville.
So basically, it's the seaman's own, all right, the entire land, but the mother of the Harrises, who would have met a Harris.
Okay.
And by virtue of that, that's where the extension came.
So the extension came.
Yes.
So the lands were divided. Yeah. So the Harrises would have a section of that.
So like Sebastian, his mom, would have had a portion of land. My mom would have had a portion of land. So everybody would have a portion of land that would call their own.
Right. What about, let me ask you another question quickly, whilst you're on lineage. What about the Maturings? Because I know the Maturings are also within the Vickers Penville area, like Cecil Maturing. Do you know anything?
No, I may not be able to contribute much to that lineage. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Because I know they have a great portion of land down. When you're looking down, when I used to visit Vickers as the education officer, I would ask questions about that land. And I know Cecil Maturing, and them seem to have controlled some land there. So I don't know the lineage. But that would be very interesting to find out.
Now let's go a little bit now, Sebastian, into Vickers, because you started the Vickers concept of where you went to school at the age of 5. You had to get yourself to Vickers. You lived with Auntie Louisette and the other children of Auntie Louisette, your cousins. What was the life like now in Tobino? You have Annie.
Life in Tobino was fine. You had to go fetch water. Again, same. The principle of the water was the same. You had to go to a little source where there was a bamboo with the cut-out rib, and so you had to put your bucket under it. But in the case of Tobino, it was much closer, so it was easier for us to collect that water. Then you had to go to the farm. I think the farm was just behind the house. I don't really recall exactly the name of the farm. But the road passes right next to the farm. The farm area is still there. Every time I pass there, whoever I am with, I tell them, hey, that's where I used to farm. That's where we used to farm our produce and go pick mango when I was a small kid. And then you would go to school in the morning about maybe 8, 9. You come back home. You had to go. Life was basically a routine. You go fetch water in the morning, or you go fetch water in the afternoon. You come home in the afternoon, you get your meals, you eat your meal, then you bathe, you go to bed next morning.
Cut wood. You forget cut wood?
Yeah, you have to go get firewood.
And
so you have to get firewood,
sometimes
you have to get fruits, you have to get food, and you have to farm, and you have to take care of the animals as well.
I was about to tell you the animals
that the families have.
Especially the pigs. How were you dealing with the pigs?
Well, my pigs were like children, because pigs, you have to feed them every day. If the pigs were close to the house, you would have to clean the field for the pig. And then, pigs were part of subsistence farming of all those small communities. You had to kill your pig in August or in Christmas. So as kids, you always look forward for Christmas and for Easter, where they would kill a pig or kill a goat, or even kill a cow, and whichever families in the community that had those. So that was part of your everyday chore. You had to go find food for the pig, whether it be climb a breadfruit tree and pick breadfruit and boil for the pig. So these are things that was done as children growing up, because children had to contribute to the development of the home. It was not only go to school. You had to go to school, yes, and you had to do your schoolwork, but you had to contribute to the development of the home. So you had to go fetch water, You had to go to the garden to help, whether it be to weed grass or to plant, whether it be to carry the
Load.
produce home, carry it next by the road so that families could take it to the market. So you had to be part of the process of the family development.
No, in that development, you had the house where you would have slept, and I'm sure you remember how many rooms in that house.
Well, those houses only had one room.
How many children?
But I don't remember, but there was quite a bit of children. So some would sleep on the bed, some would sleep on the floor. But there were a few of us. And in those days, families were very generous, no matter how small the houses were. They would always accommodate the children from the further community. So whether you if and it was part of our history. We came from Grandfond, lived with my aunt who had her own children, so we had to live with her to go to primary school. When you had to go to secondary school, Portsmouth, you had to move to live with another aunt or Uncle Saran's wife, which was Majona. So we had to move. But I did not go through that process. But my other siblings, a couple of my other siblings were different. So you had to go to live with another family in Portsmouth. So they would accommodate. And if you had to go to Roseau, then family Roseau, in case of Auntie Judith, they would accommodate other families from the well, we used to say from the country. So you come from Penville or you come from those areas, we say you come from country. And so it was a pattern that the family followed. So those who within the communities would accept family members from the other communities or from the rural areas of Dominica and help them, whether it be for school or for work. And that forms part of my history and part of the history of my siblings. In the case of my siblings, they went to Vilcas by my aunt, and from Vilcas they went to Portsmouth by my uncle's wife. And in my case, I didn't go to Portsmouth, but I went to Vilcas and then Penville, and then I went to Roseau by my other aunt, which is Auntie Judith. So it was just part of how the family and the society operated in back then.
No, Sebastian. I want to know, in reference to, because many times we speak of houses, we also mention the kitchen away from the homes, away from the house. While in Tobino, how was kitchen and house? How far or how close these two buildings?
Well, I think if I remember, the kitchen was maybe 10, 15 feet from the
main house.
From the house.
Mm-hmm.
I think the kitchen was pretty close. And in the kitchen, everything happened in the kitchen. The kitchen basically had two sections. There was the little back section where you cook. That's where you would store your firewood. You store your firewood and cook. And then there was the front part of the kitchen. Is they would have a bench or a couple of seats where you would sometimes sit and eat, or you would eat on the outside. And then you had outside of the kitchen, we had what you call a dresser, which was four wooden sticks. And on top of those wooden sticks, we put other wood horizontal across it. And that's where you wash your dishes. We used to call it the dresser. So you pour your water in your bucket. Just before I move on, Cecil, somebody just remind me, I forgot Auntie Felicin.
Oh yes, how could we forget Auntie Felicin?
Auntie Felicin. Yes. Auntie Felicin also lived, I think, most of her life in Roseau, and her children, Allington and the others.
Allington, Michael, Marilyn, and
correct.
Francis.
Right. I think a couple of them. I think Marilyn is overseas,
yes.
And Francis.
Francis is in Dominica. Allington is
Francis
in Dominica.
Allington
James
was very generous.
Yes.
Auntie Felicin was very generous. I remember my sister, when one of my siblings moved to work in Roseau, she lived with Auntie Felicin, as a matter of fact. And whenever I used to go to Roseau when I was young, I always remember going to Auntie Felicin home, and she got to make sure she gave you some food to eat, So yeah, I do apologize for forgetting Auntie Felicin. Right? So if I go back to Vilcas and the kitchen, we had that dresser outside, and that's where you would have either a calabash, or you would have a small basin where you would pour water in, and that you would use that to wash your dishes. And you wash the dishes and you spread them on the dresser. because the dresser had all these small wooden strips across, so the water would fall through that, and then just percolate itself through the ground. So kitchen was most times in two parts: the back part where you do the cooking, where you store the firewood, and the front part where you sit down and eat. You might have a table, and then you have the outside dresser, and obviously you have the yard. The yard was, I guess, the most common area for eating in most of those rural. When I was in Penville, was the same thing. The yard, whether it be Grand Fort in Laho, the yard was, or in Vilcas, the yard was always a common place for eating. That's, you go outside, you sit on a stone, or you sit on a tree trunk, or you sit on a piece of wood, or you sit on whatever block that is in the yard. You sit in the yard, you sit under the mango tree, and then you eat your food and you talk, and the chickens are in front of you, the dogs there, waiting for the bones and all that kind of thing. So I remember those things pretty well.
Let me ask you, the house,
Yeah.
was it a concrete house or a wood house? Was it the house built as a result of people going in the bush to collect wood to build the house? What kind of house were you living in?
Originally,
Concrete?
the house was a wooden house, and I think my aunt children who was involved in construction, I think Ba was one of the eldest son who was also a contractor. I think gradually they added, and maybe slightly off in that area, but I think it was concrete was added after and some years, and then I think the house was fully converted into concrete.
But basically, the house,
maybe by Andrew.
Basically, when you grew up, the houses were made out of wood.
The houses were out of wood, yes.
Okay.
Houses were out of wood, yes.
The one room
But
house.
when my aunt children started building around her yard, they built out of concrete and blocks.
So Lin eventually, one of the sons, by himself, was built a concrete house,
Okay.
and Toe was in the process of building, which is Jonathan, in the process of building a concrete house.
All right.
Correct.
Let me
And
ask
it was a very huge yard where the entire neighborhood would come and play. Before you continue asking the question, I want to ask him in reference to the type of yard that we ran up and down in. Was very muddy when it rained.
Yeah.
What was the experience when it rained?
Well, both Laho and Vilcas was red mud. Well, we say red mud, and when it rained, we say labu. So it's make a lot of labu. Where the soil was sort of clayish, and once it gets wet, then it becomes very slippery and very clayey. So sometimes as kids you take it and play. You roll it in your hand and make balls and send it at each other, or you slide on it for fun. Kids used to slide on it just for fun. But that was a bit tough for kids, because whenever it rained, then it became a bit more complicated, because now in those days most of us we were barefooted, so you walk around the yard in the mud, then you want to go inside the house. So what happens to you when you get inside the house with your muddy foot? Then your parents clean the house, you cannot bring your mud into the house. So that was a little bit of a challenge in terms of maneuvering between a muddy foot, a muddy yard, and getting inside of the houses. That was always a challenge. So you have to either wash your foot outside or wipe it on a rug. In those days, there were no proper rug. There were no synthetic rug. You had to some of the local folks used to make their own rugs with cloth.
Or use crocus bag. Or use crocus bag.
Let me ask
you. Could use crocus bag, yes. It used to be crocus bag, or used to some cases they used to make it.
What you're talking about barefoot, did you ever see any of your folks, your friends, go to school barefoot? Were they going to school barefooted, or they had something in their feet?
Of course, barefoot was a common.
So you were attending class barefooted. You don't have shoes.
Yeah. That was common. I mean, most people went to school with no shoes. I went to school without shoes, and a significant part of my life, you had no shoes. Family could not afford to buy shoes. If you had a shoe, most times you had to use it to go to church. But if you had one shoe, you had to do it for everything. You had to go to church, you had to go to school, you had to go out. It was the same shoe.
So most of the times,
a lot of children
went to school barefooted.
Yeah, a lot of children went to school barefooted in those days. Yes.
Okay.
That speaks volume, Today, children have more than one you know,
That's-
or shoes going to school. Some have one for Monday, one for Wednesday, one for Friday, you know, and
Yeah,
plus
it's
sports.
a different society
society, you
now.
know.
Right. Let
And
me.
if I should just put that in there, after Hurricane David, when we had to go to school from we had to leave Penville and walk to school in Vilcars. Um, when you come in from school in Vilcars at 12 o'clock, and school would finish at 12 o'clock. And in some cases, you're barefoot. You had to walk on the side of the road because the asphalt road used to be hot. Wherever the road had asphalt,
Yeah,
you can't walk on the asphalt at 12 o'clock in the evening. So those of us who were barefoot, we had to walk on the side of the road in the grass or in the mud.
Okay. Let me ask you. What about books? How many exercise books you had? Kids had. How many
Uh,
when you went to primary school?
I don't recall we having a lot of books, maybe one or two books. Um, we did we have I remember kids used to have what do you call it? Sometimes you would have not a dictionary. You may have
Common,
had a dictionary.
the student companion,
You used to have a student companion.
atlas.
Your atlas, your dictionary.
Um, one or two people may have had an atlas, but that was rare. You would maybe get one exercise book. Sometimes you put the book in your back pocket. As boys, you just put our book in our back pocket. Or sometimes your parents. I remember my parents used to make backpack, but they used to make it with whatever excess cloth that they had at home, um, or from bags, from flour bags. You know, they would cut it and make you a small backpack. You put it on your back, you put your book
Right. Okay.
in your bag. When you had a little more, but when you had one book, you just put that in your pocket and you go to school.
What was the meal like now in either of the communities that you lived on a Sunday, Saturday, during the week? What was the meals like?
I must say, those communities always had food. I don't recall ever us not having food. There was always food because most of the persons in the community were subsistence farmers.
Okay.
So you had either yam, tanya, banana, dashin, cocoy,
Breadfruit.
plantain, breadfruit was common, cassava. Um, there were lots of fruits, whether it be mango, grapefruit, oranges, shadek, you know, bui, moisif, whatever fruits were available. Kids would eat fruits. So we eat a lot of fruits as young children. We know where every fruit tree were in the community.
Let me ask you another question. When I journeyed through Penville, Vicars, and Thibault, more or less between Vicars and Penville, where you all used to farm, up on the hill, because some of the terrain to me, the valleys seem to be very deep in some of the areas, especially by the school. I see a kind of thing like a gorge going right down, or I see areas where it's on the hill when you're coming out to Penville. Where you all were going? On the hill?
Well, Laho people used to farm generally in Laho and a little bit in a place called Magwetut. Magwetut is a farm between Penville and Capuchin, which both Penville and Capuchin people used to farm. So but most of the Laho produce used to come from Laho itself, even if the land was steep, and the terrain was what it is. The farmers learned to walk around the terrain.
Because you
So you
see,
find Laho people would farm in Laho. One or two would farm in the Dalaford area, then Dalaford people would farm between Dalaford, Soufriere, and Magwetut as well. So they would farm within those areas. Then people from Upper Penville would farm within Penville itself, would farm in Dalaford. So people would farm in several areas wherever land is available. There are some parts of Penville that were very steep that people did not farm, which is on the cliff just below the church area there.
okay, good.
That area was very steep. So between that area and going down to Dimitri River area, there was some farming there, but farming there was limited because of the steepness of the
Steepness of the
ground.
terrain, yeah.
But a lot of the farming was done between Laho, Dalaford, Ogen, Soufriere, Balata. So people farm a lot within those areas.
You made mention of the Dimitri River. I'm sure that some people may want to know exactly where that river is.
Yeah, because
it's a very popular river.
Yeah, you're
in
right.
that part
Well,
of Dominica.
Prime Minister's son has a name like that, Dimitri. Where is that Dimitri? Where is that
Okay,
river?
Dimitri is a river that is sort of midway between Upper Penville and Dalaford, or Upper Penville Laho, roughly sort of middle, maybe a little closer to Upper Penville. But it is between us. So when you live Upper Penville, if you're going down to Laho, or you're going to Sophia, go down that big hill we call Mondi Metri. Um, and then the river is when you get down to the sort of end of the hill, then you meet the river there. We I say in Creole we call it Live Dimitri, Mon Dimitri, Live Dimitri, but in English we say Dimitri River. And talking about that river, I understood recently, I think last week I believe, somebody fell off that river and lost their life, which was a good family friend of ours as well.
Okay.
Oh, right. So when you're on that river, is there a bridge? You cross a bridge, or is just a
Yeah, there,
gauge?
yeah, there is a bridge on the river. The river has a bridge. The bridge did not always have guardrails. And that river was the main river for Penville. That's where, when we were small kids, that's where we used to go and wash. That's where we used to go and wash clothes. That's where kids used to go and bathe and learn to swim and all of that stuff. That's where we used to go and catch crayfish and that kind of thing. So that river historically has been the main river for Penville. I think after some years, the water that was distributed to the Penville community also came from that river at one point in time. I think up to today it still does. I believe some of that, I was told that historically some of that water went all the way to Amba Vilcaz. I'm not sure if that is still the case, but I recall at one stage that water used to come from there to go to Vilcaz. So that river has been sort of the life source of the water in Penville, especially when I was growing up in the 80s in Penville.
Go ahead, Cecil.
No, Sebastian, speaking of Vickers and Penville, there is the close neighbor, Thibault. What kind of relationship in your growing up that the people of Thibault had with Penville and Vickers?
I don't recall having a significant relationship with Thibault. I know Penville, we would go play cricket in Thibault. Thibault would come Penville and play cricket. But I don't recall we had a strong tie. There was a stronger tie with Vilcaz. But I don't recall having a strong tie with Thibault at all.
Now, in terms of religion, growing up, your parents would have been Catholic, predominantly Catholics,
Yeah.
right? But in the process of time, I have seen that quite a number of people are moving away from the Catholic denomination. I want to ask you to bring us through the life as a boy growing up in Vickers, Penville, Delaford, wherever you were as a Catholic.
Well, I mean, in those days, there were not a lot of significance placed on religious matters. There was not a good understanding of biblical subjects. There was not a general conversion to righteousness, if you want to say. You knew on a Sunday you had to go to church, which was part of the tradition. So you went to church on a Sunday.
Which is the Catholic
So
Church.
you would go to church, you'd go to Catholic church on a Sunday. You would do your first communion. You'd go and do some classes and then do your first communion. You would also, after that, you would go to your other classes and you would go through the process of confirmation. And then you serve the church in whatever little capacity. If you're asked to do something, then you do it. In those days, there was very little that you did as a child. In church, it was more or less the priest would do his thing, and there would be one or two persons leading the song service. And then the priest give you your communion, you take your communion, and then you. But son, the aspect of church that was exciting for us as children is that after church, you can go out. After church, you go out in the outside of the building, and there you can interact with a lot of people that you would have not seen during the week, because Sunday church was not only was it a religious activity, it was also a social activity. where villagers, because if you look at places like Penville, for example, Penville has several locations. You have Upper Penville, Lower Penville, Abaquaid, Degalba, you have Laho, you have Ocean. So, and these communities are a bit far from each other. So on a Sunday, when you come to church, then people come from everywhere and they come to church in one central location. So it was a good opportunity to meet with the other people that that would come from the other parts of Penville. It was also a day where you might get, if you have a quarter or $1 or something, you might get to buy some little cookies or some goodies. They used to make some little sugar, some sweet sugar thing, with ginger or with peppermint, So, you had a quarter or 25 or 10 cents, you would maybe buy some of those on a Sunday. So it was also a good social occasion for younger children, where they get to interact and where they get to get outside of home. But the church was sort of a central location where people generally came together and came together and met.
No.
That's it. From a young age, you don't really fully understand all the details about church and community.
Let me ask you, today
spiritual life and all that.
before Cecil asks you the next question. But historically speaking, most of the priests between Vicars and Penville would be French-speaking priests.
Yeah, I believe they were French. Historically, I'm told that most of them were French. And I don't know if that's still the case, but I know they used to be primarily French white guys. In my days, it was only white guys who used to be priests. When I was young, in the 80s, I don't recall having any black or black persons.
Nobody was black when you were growing up. Okay. Were you ever an acolyte? Were you ever became an acolyte? You ever thought of it?
No.
So
I mean, one of my sisters were heavily involved in the church at one stage, but I had moved on at that time.
Would you do like the children of Roseau when you're given offering to put in church?
Did you huff it?
That you would have held that offering back and buy what is necessary at the end of church?
Well, I don't recall ever having any offering to put in church because money was very scarce in those days. So if you had money was to buy books for school. I mean, we used to have a little bit amount of money as children but that money was primarily for us to, buy our school, the things that we need for school. Because, during school days, you might want to buy a little snack. So we used to go go get coconuts, peel coconuts, sell the coconuts, and, keep our money as children. But that money was mainly to be used around school time. So I don't recall ever having any offering to put in that offering.
No, Sebastian. We know in growing up that Roseau was far from Vicars. And so most family members especially Dalaford, Penville area, let's put the Penville area, Capuchin, Vicars, their closest area for shopping would have been either Guadeloupe or Marie-Galante. Can you speak of that?
I mean, not only was it part of the shopping area. Marie-Galante and the Saints was basically our market, if you want to put it that way, right? Especially some people from Penville and even when I lived in Capuchin for a small while. The subsistence farmers, they would use Marie-Galante and the Saints to go sell their produce. So they have their small canoes who used to be in Loposware or Ansdime or Vilcars, and they would use those small canoes to go sell their produce, their agricultural produce, in those French islands. I mean, I did it a few times myself as a teenager. And it was more lucrative for the farmers to sell their produce to the French islands than to sell it on the local market in Dominica. And so as a result, the farmers who had small boats, like my dad and a few others, like Mr. Romy and those farmers, they would then take their small boat, load it with yam, oranges, coconut, whatever they have, tanya, and transported to the French islands. You spend 3 days, sometimes in the French islands, 2 days, sometimes 1 day. If you have good sale, the sale is good, you sell the same day and you come back home. And that was part of the way of life of villagers within the community. And they did that I did it for several years myself. I used to go to Marigaland, I used to go to the Saints, and sell those produces, because it was that's how you got financial support at the home, because selling the produce on the local market in Portsmouth was not very lucrative. And in a lot of cases, when you go to the market, the amount of produce you have, there was not enough consumption on the local market for the amount of produce that was provided by the subsistence farmers. As a result, the farmers would take those produces to the French islands for sale.
Let me ask you, Go
ahead. And in exchange, you would purchase what you need to bring home, foods that you need to bring home.
In exchange, you would buy some things. I know there's certain things that would come home. You would buy oil for sure. There was an oil called Alba. That oil was, we'd buy oil. You would buy banton, which is the French bread. You'd bring in things like saucisson, which was a French sausage. They would bring in maybe things like corned beef, and they bring things like jus de raisin, the wine. You get your French wine, whether the red wine or the white wine, and they would bring alcohol like Bolage and those kind of things. So these things, or you would even buy, sometimes you buy household items, because it was easier to buy sometimes household items. It was more economical to buy some household items in the French island than buying in Dominica. And then you would bring those things in, and then use them for at your family. Sometimes you buy clothes, shoes. In my early days, almost all of our shoes at home used to come from the French islands. Because my dad, when he used to go to Marigaland or the Saints, and if he goes to the Saints, from the Saints, he would take the ferry from the Saints and go to Guadeloupe. So then in Guadeloupe, he'll be able to shop, he buy his engine parts if he have issues with his engine, or maybe buy an engine in Guadeloupe, buy his engine part, then buy a shoe for his kids, that kind of thing. So there was a strong connection between us in the northern part of the island and the French island. Not only did we go sell produce, a lot of the persons or the young people from those communities also migrated to those areas to work. And in those days, we used to do it illegally. You just, jump on a boat going over to Marigaland. You want to go to Marigaland and work, you pay your fare to the boat owner, and they drop you Marigaland, and you go Marigaland and you stay there and work. So it was not only was it an area where we transship food, but it was also used as an area for persons to migrate to the French countries.
And we would have known of people who had girlfriends would go on a Friday and decide that they would shack up on Friday, Saturday, and return back on Sunday or Monday.
But I don't know much about that aspect of it, because it was not a case where you had a constant traffic going to those areas. It was a case more of, when there's produce, we go to sell our produce. So there may be seasons where you go a lot when you have a lot of produce, and there's seasons where you don't have a lot of produce, so you don't really go as often.
Let me ask you.
And in some cases, you would maybe go buy some produce, maybe outside of the community that you think. For instance, Penville was not known much for having citrus produce, for example. So if somewhere has citrus produce, you might go somewhere, buy a few bags of citrus and take it along with you, right? So that was more how we used it, as we use it as a commercial venture.
Let me ask you, traveling in a small canoe between Dominica and Marigaland, that would take you about how many minutes to reach Marigaland?
That was dependent on your engine size. If you had a small engine, maybe a 12 or a 15, it might take you 2 or 3 hours. If you had a 40 horsepower, in those days, if you had a 40 horsepower, it would be luxury. It might take you an hour and something.
But in time when you travel, it would be a 12 horse.
French Islands with a 9 horsepower engine.
What?
Can you imagine? That is crowded. You crowd. You take 3 hours or 3 hours plus to get to the Saints.
With a 9 horse to the Saints.
And
wow.
Yeah, to the Saints or Marigaland.
With a 9 horse, you take about 5-6 hours.
Maybe about 3.5, but it's not, because what happens when we use things like the small engine, we'd also use sail. So you'd have the small engine and sail. So it'd be a combination of an engine and a sail pushing you at the same time. So you would move a little faster.
Okay.
That is
Very-
providing you have wind to
push it.
assist the boat with the sail, with the sail that with this,
And where would you normally take?
the fishermen had sails.
Where would you normally take the boat? Launch the boat from Vegas. Would you launch it from Penville or from Vegas to go
Well,
to
Penville, most Penville people used to launch their boat from a place called Roseau, right? Roseau was the bay that was used by the folks from Penville. Roseau is a pretty hilly. It's a bay that is on a rock, right?
Wow.
That's a bay that was used in the time of slavery. In my recollection, I'm not sure if it is still there, but I recall, not too far away, there were these metal crane. There was some concrete platform with a metal structure that they used to use. I believe they used to use that in the days of sugarcane and slavery. I'm not sure if they used to use it to load stuff onto the ship or if they used to use it to pull the boats off, because the boats, the area was rocky. So you had to pull the boat up a cliff or up a slope.
Wow.
Historically, I believe it was done by the slaves. They had sort of paved or carved the rock on a slope. So you would pull the boat up the rock on a slope. So you needed to have a few people so that you could pull it. So there was this metal pulley that was at the bay. So that's the bay that the Penville farmers use to transport their goods. And in Vegas, farmers would use the bay in Vegas called Otu. But those bays, the bay in Penville was very dangerous, very, very extremely dangerous.
Wow.
But you learn to maneuver around it.
Now let me ask you, Sebastian. You lived all of this life in certain parts. I know that you also lived in Capuchin for some time. Give us the experience in Capuchin.
Capuchin was a sort of change. My dad at one stage decided because when persons start moving away from Grand Fond, my dad decided he was going to move from Grand Fond to Laho because most of his family was in Laho. So then he cleared some land, brought some material, and then he decided he's not going to build in Laho anymore. For whatever reason, he did not build in Laho. And so he decided that he was going to build in Capuchin. So he purchased some land in Capuchin and decided to build a house in Capuchin. So I was in my teenage life. So that was I think that was maybe about 1986 thereabout, 85, 86. And then he built a house in Capuchin. We assisted, myself, my sisters. We assisted because we were young and energetic. We assisted in getting material. My sister was then married. My sister Maria was married to Tony, who had a vehicle, and they lived in Penville. So they would come on a Sunday, pick up some guys from Vale Cars or from Penville and come to Capuchin help. So we built a house. My dad built a house in Capuchin. So we moved to Capuchin. Before we had built the house in Capuchin, we had a little shack that we used to live in. And then he built the house while we had the shack. So we transitioned from there into Capuchin, and then we were still basically farming in the same area, because remember I said Margaretwood and Grand Fond is midway between Penville and Capuchin. So if you're Capuchin, you could farm in Grand Fond or you could farm in Margaretwood. If you Penville, you can farm in Grand Fond and you can farm in Margaretwood. So my dad maintained his farm, and then his boat now moved from the Penville Lopozwe Bay onto the Capuchin Bay. And that was much easier because Capuchin Bay is a flat area, so it's easy to have a boat. The boat was right next to the road, so it was easy to carry cargo and stuff like that. And then obviously life had to start over in Capuchin. You have to now make new friends, get to know different people, different neighbors. We also had some relatives in Capuchin, because there are some seaman persons who live in Capuchin, which is, there was Jonah and all his siblings. Jonah and his children, which is seaman. I don't know if you remember, Jonah was brother to Joacin, who Joacin lived in Laho. Joacin was the father of Romy and Michael and Clowman and those folks. So we had some relatives there. We also had some other relatives. I had an aunt that had lived there. That's Auntie Mabel. That's my dad's sister. And so we had relatives. We had um, some other persons like Steve's dad. We had Steve dad, who also was from Capuchin.
Steve
You know,
Joseph.
yes, Steve Joseph, which is also family of ours, um, because some of his grandparents lived in Capuchin. So we had these people, and then we start making friends with
To
other
include, to
community
include, to
members.
include,
Uh,
I should tell you to include Susan Joseph Piper. I'm not so sure if you know of Susan Joseph Piper, who works at the National Bank, sister of Steve Joseph.
um, I am not sure. I am not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. So yeah, so Capuchin was, that was the transition that we had to make in Capuchin. Unlike when you were Penville, everybody was relatives and family. When you moved to Capuchin, some were family, but some were not. Even those that were family, we were not as close when we moved because we were more affiliated to the Penville Dakers environment.
No, no, someone is saying, I think Cindy V. George Maxwell is saying, A. Sebastian, thanks for the history. And we also have online Lucy Dupuy. Um, we have Princess Niste. Lucy, sorry, Alan Mann, that's my brother, is on the line. Maureen Massicott, I'm not so sure if you know Maureen Massicott. Maureen Miranda Harris is also on the line. So I should say watching. Um, Ensworth Irish is also watching. Crispin Piper is watching. David Mann is also watching. Maria Joseph is also watching. Martina Roy is also watching. And Shanna Georges is also watching. And quite a number of other people. Yolan Keppel is also watching. So yes, Sebastian. So tell us a little bit more of residing in
Capuchin.
Capuchin.
Okay, so I resided in Capuchin with my dad, and at one stage, one of my sisters, at one stage, two of my sisters, younger sisters, um, I said we maintained the life on the farm. And by the time I moved to Capuchin, I had already graduated from primary school. Um, so I used to farm bananas in Penville, in Laho, and lived in Capuchin with my dad, and farmed in Margaretwood and Ranford with my dad.
That was hard life?
Um, well, if you compare it to today, you could say it was hard because it was a lot of walking. Because you had to walk from Penville to Capuchin, you had to walk from Capuchin to Penville, walk from Capuchin to Ranford. So that was a lot of walking, but it was part of the routine of life. So in those days we didn't consider it that hard because that's what you knew. But when I look back at it, it was tough. I lived in Capuchin with my dad. Then I would when it's banana fortnight, I listen to the radio. I would walk through the hills, take 2 hours, go to Laho, farm the following day. I would leave the afternoon, farm the following day. If it's the Wednesday, I farm the Wednesday, farm my bananas, get that off. And then the Wednesday afternoon, I would clean the farm. And then Thursday morning, I would go back to Capuchin. Um, and that's, and then, Thursday morning, I maybe would go back to Margaret to work with my dad. And then, go back to Capuchin in the afternoon. And then we sometimes on a Friday, we go fishing. If we catch a lot of fish, we'll go to the market in Portsmouth and sell the fish. Or if it's not a lot, you sell it in the community. Um, or when there's produce, you carry the produce up to the French Islands to the Saints and sell it. What was tough though was where we farmed, which was a place called Margaretwood. In English, I think they call it Francois. It was at least an hour's walk. Um, and maybe 50 minutes of that hour was uphill. So in the morning, you walk uphill to go to the farm. And then when you're coming down in the afternoon, so if you have to carry fertilizer, you have to carry it uphill. And then in the afternoon, when you come down, come down with your bag of yam or your bag of dasheen or whatever it is. My dad was a big yam farmer, so we had a lot of yams. So when it's yam season, every single day you go to the farm, you have to come down with a bag of yam. And then we would stock the yam in the house. If you have 10, 15 bags. By the time you're ready to go to the Saints and sell, you already have 10, 15 bags of yam stored in the yard or in the house.
I wonder if your children know of that story that you're giving us today.
They know a little bit about it, but they don't fully understand it because they don't understand the dynamics of the distances because they've never been to those areas. So it's not a case where they know the story and they don't have the experience at all.
Well, I am telling you that I'm just looking at the map of Dominica on my phone, and I'm looking at Capuchin, and I'm looking at Penville. Capuchin is more to the north from the map for me, right? And I'm seeing the terrain in terms of the topography. For you to be moving from Capuchin to Penville, it definitely is hills. How high was that?
Well, it's hilly. You're going around Mono Diab area, so we were close to the top of Mono Diab.
Right.
So you have to
I'm
go to
looking
the
at
top
Mono
of
Diab.
Mono Diab. And
So
then
where you passing?
From Capuchin, you go uphill all the way up to Soufriere, which is close to Mono Diab.
Yes.
And then from there, you go back down to Dalaford and then to Laho.
Wow, that's steep.
And then when you're going back to Penville, it's the same cycle. You go up the hill to Soufriere, which is close to Mono Diab.
Yeah.
And then you go back
And
down
then you keep going down.
to Capuchin.
Wow.
Yes. So it's a hilly. All of the terrain is hilly.
Very hilly.
You have strong legs and be
So
fit
you have
to
to be
do
a
that.
strong man. To carry fertilizer, you carrying the bag of fertilizer, or you're carrying it by buckets, whatever, how you carrying it? Through the
Well,
truck.
you wouldn't carry a bag of fertilizer. You would carry a bag of fertilizer on flat land, but going up the hill for 45 minutes to an hour, there's no way you'd carry a bag of fertilizer because you wouldn't survive. So you would carry maybe 40 pounds, 50 pounds, 50 pounds at most. Because what you do, if you have, let's say, 2 bags of fertilizer, you divide it into, small portions, and every day you carry up a small portion.
Wow.
If you have a donkey, then you use the donkey. But even if you have to be going up the hill, you don't give it too much load. You give it a certain amount of load because you do it every day.
Yeah,
you take a small amount of with you.
My brother is saying, that is Arlene Maynard. He's saying, when you talk about going up to the farm back then in 1988, when I came and spent some time with you guys, I went to that farm with you to get some yam, and that was painful that day.
Yeah, because I'm looking, the reason why Ian is right, because I just took a look at the map, and I'm looking at Capuchin, and going on the other side of Penville. That was painful. Because the terrain there is really tough, my brother.
And you're my other brother. That's David. Boy Cecil used to get stiff neck carrying food from those distances. Mister used to work us. Our boy, me, and Derek.
He will call you. That was a workout. That's a workout.
You remember that?
That's a workout, my brother. That's a workout.
I was from the country, so I was strong and full of energy. And,
Oh yes, you have to be strong, brother.
and they were from town, so they were from town. So they were tougher in size. They were tougher in size, and so. But they were weaker when it comes to
Sebastian.
to do that type of work.
That healed my brother. I watch him.
They were not accustomed to that, and I used to take advantage of making them work. You know what I mean?
You really work them out, boy.
Yeah, I used to work them out. It's true. I used to work them out. I used to take advantage of making them work because, again, I was young. I didn't understand the whole idea of they're from town and they're not accustomed to that, so they're not.
That's tough.
I just think they were lazy, so
No, I just want to say good evening to Earl Hamilton. He said that he's watching. Good night, my bro. Mervyn Paul is also saying that he's watching. Mario Eaton says, I'm watching. Jonky is from Point Michelle saying that he's watching. And Arlene Maynard Man is also watching. Davina John Baptist is watching. And David Montana Man is watching. And Tino Victor is saying, ha ha ha, just enjoying the joke. And Lucy is saying the motivation was when those thousands of francs, dollars would be the reward after sales.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
so you are in Capuchin now. You different location, different style again. So here it is. You left Dalaford, then Penville, then Vicas Tobino, and into Capuchin. Mm-hmm. What about Portsmouth? Have you ever stayed in Portsmouth during that period?
No, I never stayed in Portsmouth. My sisters, three of my sisters, elder sisters, stayed in Portsmouth because they went to high school. So they used to live in Portsmouth in order to attend high school. But I did not live in Portsmouth
So
because I did not attend high school.
so right. So you're saying that you did not attend high school. Someone wants to speak to you.
Correct.
Let's hear about that person. I'll say quickly. Good evening to you. Caller, you're live. Good evening.
Hello, good night, Brain, Cecil, and Sebastian. That's me, not.
Me not body woke you out, boy.
Yeah. No, back then I was bodybuilding, you know. And Sebastian almost killed me.
I know, boy, but you. Boy.
Oh, Lord,
That was good, man. That just made you stronger.
Oh, definitely. It made me stronger in my mind. What I want to really call you and tell you is to say thank you. When I was growing up, I learned a lot from you. The first time I went hunting was with you. The first time I learned to catch birds was with you. The first time I saw somebody climb a coconut tree was you. And I remember that bread nut tree behind Papa's house next to the pit toilet. And I remember taking one of the bread nut and making a bread nut tattoo. And Sebastian, can you remember when I cut my finger in Grand Four and you had to put what you had put on there again? Cane juice on my cut finger, and the next thing you have to take me to.
I'm not sure if it was cane juice or maybe some lemon or something of that sort.
Yeah, something it was, but I remember you take me from Grand Four. We had to walk a long while, and I was crying like a little baby. Actually, I was a baby. But it was real fun memories. And up to today, I remember when we used to be going down to country, it used to take us forever on those Bedford trucks. And when we do reach towards in the night, and I remember they used to call Auntie from Upper Penville, and she literally used to hear. And she used to come up with bullseye to come and get us. I don't remember if you says remember that. It was all of us for the summer holidays. And when we used to get back to Roseau, we had to get up by 3 o'clock in the morning, drink our coffee. And up to today, I'm looking for that coffee taste, and I cannot find it from nowhere. But anyway, it's fun listening to you and bringing back all these memories of the fun summertime that we had. And don't forget, we had Papa had some bread nut tree as well.
Yes, there were some bread nut tree. They were not in the yard. They were up on the farm, up in the morn.
Right. Yeah, he had a few bread nut trees as well. But anyway, I'll be sitting back listening to the good old days.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Cecil, just before you move on, as he mentioned, earlier on in the history of Laho and Penville, vehicles, when they came from Roseau or Portsmouth, they did not always come to Laho. So if you were going to Portsmouth or Roseau, sometimes you had to get up early at Laho and walk for that 30 or 45 minutes to get to Upper Penville. And when you come back, whatever you bring from Portsmouth or Roseau, from Upper Penville, you had to walk back down to Laho. That is why he was saying you would stay Upper Penville and you would shout. You would shout aloud. And the person in Laho, because Laho is across the valley, they would be able to hear it, because in those days there were no cell phone, no house phone. And so the people would come out and assist you. So that's correct.
That's very correct. We all had that experience.
Let me ask him, Sebastian, let me ask you, is there a road now from Clifton to Penville? From Capuchin from Capuchin to Penville? Straight road?
The same track, the same farmer's track still exists. I understood after the hurricane it was damaged. There were some landslides and trees and stuff destroyed it significantly, but I understood it is still passable. But remember, people don't really farm in those areas anymore. I mean, there might be one or two persons with a little farm here and there, but it's not like
in the old days, in your time.
80s. Yeah, not like in the 80s where a lot of persons farm in those areas.
Okay.
But I think the road now is part of the Waikiki Trail.
National Trail.
Yeah, the National Trail. I think there's a section of it is from Capuchin to Penville.
Okay.
That is still accessible.
Okay.
Now, Sebastian, at all of this experience that you had, at what time at what age did you get to Roseau for your first time?
Well, I lived in Capuchin for a while, and then while I was in Capuchin, I accepted the Adventist message, and I became a Seventh-day Adventist. And after I became a Seventh-day Adventist, my whole perspective about life changed. I started reading books, so I believe that got me a little bit wiser. And then I joined Red Cross. I joined Red Cross. I think the Hunter was part of that Red Cross group. My cousin Justina was also part of that Red Cross group, I think in Portsmouth. So I joined Red Cross. So I became a bit more inspired to develop, because back then I said I did not attend high school. I didn't have a proper education. I was just, family with my dad. And then because I started reading, I realized, hey, there's more to life than getting up in the morning and go to a farm. So, I learned to pray. So I was, go to the farm myself sometime alone. I would just pray and say, God, I don't want to be here. This is just lonely. I don't want to do this. And then I decided, boy, so I had a friend from Portsmouth. Her name is Lydia Collier. She was from Lago. I met her when I joined Red Cross. She was younger than me, but she was a school teacher. And she said to me one day, Sebastian, I think you're an intelligent young man, and I think you could do well academically. And then I took her advice and I decided, boy, I need to go to school. I said I did not have a high school diploma, but I figured, boy, I think I can go to college, technical college. I knew about technical college, and I decided, well, I'm going to go to technical college. So I contacted my aunt in Roseau and said, look, I need to come to Roseau. I didn't know Roseau too well. I mean, I knew when you come to Roseau, you have to enter for a bridge, and you go straight up, and then you meet a standpipe, and you turn left, and you pass Astafans, and you go straight up, you pass grammar school, and you'll end up in Baffestic. I remember that. That's the most I remembered. And I knew how to get to DBMC because I was a banana farmer, right? Because in those days, DBMC used to be Bath Road, you call up there, going up by the
Independence Street.
Independence Street, yeah.
Queen Mary Street. Queen Mary Street, it was called then.
Right. So it used to be up in that area. So I remember these two places I knew how to get to. So I called my aunt and I said, look, I want to come to college. I want to come. She said, well, sure, come to Roseau, and I will carry you by the college. But remember, I did not have a high school diploma, so I had to figure out how I was going to get into college. But I had I think 2 or 3 subjects that I had gotten from high school, because in those days, when you leave standard 3, you would do a school leaving exam.
School leaving,
which would qualify you to go to high school at, I think it's starting 2nd or 3rd form. So I had passed, I think, 2 or 3 subjects that I had done in school leaving in when I was about 15. So I had a little academic background. So in 1989, I decided, well, I'm going to take the leap. I'm going to try to find a way to go to school, because if people believe that I have the capacity, and I felt that I had the capacity, because I said I started reading and I started getting involved in religious things, and obviously the dynamic of my life changed. So I one morning I went up. I went to Roseau. I left everything. I had my farm in Penville. I had arranged with my cousin to kind of look over my farm for me. I would come over maybe once a month on the weekend, and put things in place. And then I went to Roseau that day, and while I was, walking up towards Baffested, just I think around the bridge area, I met Auntie Judith. Was coming down to town, and then she said, "Okay, let's go. I'll take you to the college." In those days, they had 6th form college, which was at the back of grammar school, and then you had the technical college up in Stock Farm. But the headquarters for this technical college was at 6th form college. So she took me to the 6th form college and introduced me to Mr. Sorrendo. I think it was then was the director or principal, what he was called, of the college. So took me to Mr. Sorrendo. I sat with him. I tell him, I was interested in construction, and I wanted to do drawings. And then he explained to me the process. He said, well, you can't enter, you will not be able to enter the program that you're interested in because you don't have the academic background. But there was another program called Building Trades that that you could enter with the subjects that you had done at school living in primary school. So I filled in the forms, and then they said, you'll receive a call in a week or so. I mean, about 2 weeks passed, I didn't get any call, so I called the school, and then I called them, call back another day because they were not ready. I called, and then they said to me, yes, it is approved for you to come to college. That's how I ended up in Roseau. So I decided, well, time was up. I was going to go to college, and I think the week before I was meant to start college, I think it was Hurricane Hugo in '89. It was Hurricane Hugo. Came, destroyed my farm, cut off some of the roads in Capuchin because I was living in Capuchin then. But I was determined, and then I went to the college, and that's how I ended up living in Roseau for 2 years. 2 years and maybe a little more. Yeah.
Someone said, John Baptist said, I'm watching and listening with keen interest. Now you are in the college now. I first I would like to find out from you, when you were told that you accepted, what was your emotion like? What did you say to yourself? How did you feel about, okay, no, I did not go to high school, but look here, I have the opportunity to do something for myself?
I mean, I was a bit nervous because I was a very shy kid. I grew up very shy. I grew up very isolated, and I was not very outgoing person. Maybe you could say I was an introvert, but I was very shy. So I was pretty sort of shaky in that I did not know the town. I never lived in a town. I may have been to Roseau once or twice. Primarily with my brother-in-law taking produce to the market. So I know how to, navigate now. But I was determined, and I never doubt that I had the ability, because I know my 3 sisters before me had gone to high school. I didn't see myself any less intelligent than anybody else. Although I knew I had limitations, but I knew I had to just do a little bit of hard work. And because I had joined the Adventist Church a little earlier, that had sort of propelled me. I now had the belief that with faith you could do anything and that nothing stopped you. And, that sort of religious ideology was kind of forming in me. So then I believe I could do it. So then it was just a matter of me, adjusting to the process and finding my way out. I had some money because as I used to do farming, I used to plant bananas, so I had a little bit of money that I could, maneuver my way through, pay my bus fare, so I didn't have to ask parents for any support. And then my aunt was willing to support me in terms of providing me with housing and whatever else I needed for the home. So that was, I struck a deal with my aunt. I said, look here, I'm not working right now. I don't have any money, but I could bring in a bag of coal when I would go to the country. I would bring down a bag of coal. I would bring down some food from the garden. So I bring down some yam, some dashing, a banana. I would bring down a bag of coal whenever I came to Capuchin on weekends or every other weekend, whenever I came. And so it worked out. So I did not really have to pay for boarding, because my aunt took care of me. I brought food when I came. I brought coal when I came. And then, the rest is history. And then, I got the support from the family. As I said, I already knew the brothers. We knew each other. So the transition was a bit difficult coming from the country and now living in town. In those days, they used to call us country bookie because you come from Penville and, you can't speak English. But, I said I could speak English well. But Penville was considered as country bookie in those days, in the early 80s and mid 80s. Because I said generally people speak mainly Creole. So I had to adjust to the city life. And then David, Derek, which were the closest brothers to me, always try to transform me into their way of city life. Try to get me a few girlfriends and, try to tell me how to talk to girls. And, they tried to get me into the city life, but I was sort of programmed that was not my lifestyle. So I kind of stay my own lifestyle. I was never the person that allowed other people to tell me how to live. But it was fun, it was all fun, and I enjoyed it. I mean, I cannot regret any day that I spent with the boys.
Right. You graduated from the buildings program that you entered, the construction
Yes,
program.
I did graduate.
And what was the life
Yes.
like now in college? There must have been a tough period that would have allowed you to become what you are today.
I mean, in college, we had challenges in the college. I don't mind this. I don't think the college was properly structured. And as a result, we struggled. I did a course called Building Trades, where you're taught technical drawing, you're taught some architectural drawing, you're taught woodwork, carpentry, building technology, plumbing, electrical. Um, so we were taught some electrical and some plumbing, and then both of those instructors stopped teach us at one stage. They were just, I don't know what was the administrative issues, and so we didn't learn much in those areas.
What about
Um,
building construction?
and
You
then
had
we
Mr.
we
Bunch,
had
who you
an
had?
instructor who taught us building technology. Capuchin. His name is Mr. Coffee. I think he used to live down some Pottersville, I believe, somewhere around close to the Savannah in Pottersville. I believe
Oh
he
yeah,
used to live
Mr.
around
Coffee.
there.
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Coffee.
Coffee.
Hmm.
He worked at the college for quite some time. A nice gentleman.
Yeah.
Um, College life was sometimes frustrating. I got frustrated with the guys who were studying with me, because some of them. I always tell the story that a couple of the guys, every day we come to school, they used to talk about basketball and Michael Jordan and whoever else about basketball. I didn't know anything about basketball. I only know about cricket, because I come from the rural parts of Dominica. We didn't have television, so I was never interested in basketball, and that caused me to hate basketball, because every day the guys come to school, all they would do is talk about basketball and they don't study. And so I got frustrated with them a few times. But there were a few good guys. I remember Earl. There was a guy by the name of Earl. There was a guy by the name of Matthew. Mr. Coffee himself had a son. And a few other guys that we studied together. A few of us graduated. Um, Out of those of us who graduated, I think it was only about maybe 4 or 5 of us that could really work, because I said that the guys spent a lot of time talking crap about
Basketball.
basketball and other things, and they didn't pay much attention to school. That's my opinion. So then after college was interesting, because I was excited and I was interested in it, and it was a career that I loved. So for me, that was fun. It had its own challenges. I had to walk from Baffin State up to the college. So I would pass up above Baffin State. How do you call it?
You
The
talk
Down
back
by the
road, the back
hospital.
road.
back road, the back road.
You're talking
Yeah, cross on
about
the back road, and
Santa Roma.
go down, and then go down by the hospital. There were some big
Yeah,
dogs around
right.
there.
You
We
go
passed.
up
There was
Santa Roma, yeah. You
Santa
come,
Roma,
and then you come
and
back.
there was some back road behind the hospital. We would pass and then go down a
Oh,
gutter
yeah.
and then go
Go
up the hill
to
and
climb up the hill.
college. So we did that every day
So
until I think
just hold that
I think
thought.
in about
Just
1990 thereabout. I
just
think
just
the company
just
got a
hold that thought.
bus.
Just hold that
Hold
thought.
effort.
That in reference to your experience of early Grand Four and not Grand Four, to Bino, to get to Pi, you'd have to make the shortcuts to get to Pi in an easier way. You found yourself again, and
Doing
that's
the
the interesting part of the Lakou, the determination to
Yes.
get certain things done. So you ensure that you get a shortcut of getting to
Yeah,
Stock
we get
Farm.
shot because we're passing some people's backyard as well. Once you pass through gutter and go through a ravine that
A
was at the back.
ravine,
You have to
yeah.
pass through a people's gutter, so you have to pass in the Lakou to get to school. That was just part of what it is, because you're not going to walk all down the road in the hot sun, in the asphalt and all of that. So you pass through some tracks under some trees, through some people's backyard, and you get to the college. And then around 1991, I think the college had gotten a bus.
Yes.
So that made it a little bit easy. So when the college started running the bus, I would walk from Baffin State to the gas station by the bridge,
Good.
by the market area in town. Um, I don't remember the name of the gas station. There was a gas station immediately after the bridge.
Yeah.
The West Bridge, I think they call it.
West
West
Bridge.
Indies oil.
Yes.
Yeah, West Indies oil.
There's
Yes.
still a gas
Right.
station.
So-
Texaco.
I would walk
No,
up from
Texaco, no,
offices and go down
Texaco,
that
yeah.
area to take the bus to go to the college. So that made life easier, I think, from 1991 there, about 1990 to 91, when I graduated from college in 91.
So you have graduated from college in 1991. What was your plan then? Did you tell yourself you want to further yourself academically based on what you would have done at the state college, or you plan to get into work?
Well, for me, primarily it was work. Work was sort of important because remember, by then I was already in my early 20s. So work was important. Money was important to me. And then I was pretty fortunate. I graduated, I believe, I'm not sure if it was a Wednesday. And I think 2 days after I graduated, a gentleman came to the college. I think his name was something Joseph, was from Benz, but he had lived in Canada and he was in Dominica. He just started a construction business. I believe you know the guy, Cecil. Back then, Miss Juliet was the manager of DBS.
Juliet. Yes, all right, I know the guy. Yes.
The guy at the time was
Juliet Pascal was the manager.
repair work, so renovation work at DBS. Right? That is somewhere in the, I think around 1991.
92, 93 there. Yes.
Yeah. It was late 1991 because that happened the same time I graduated. And then 2 days after I graduated, I was at the college, and then this gentleman came up to the college and he went to the college director. I think the college director was Mr. Murfield or Merrifield.
Merrifield.
No, Mr. Merrill Matthew.
Merrill Matthew.
Mr. Merrill
Right.
Matthew.
Very nice gentleman. Even after I
From
graduated
Loda.
from college, I used to go visit him at his house a few times. Very nice gentleman. And he went to the gentleman and said, look here, he has a construction business and he's looking for guys to work with him. And then I was introduced to him as a potential candidate for employment to the gentleman. So the rest is history. I had a discussion with the gentleman and he said, well, yeah, as soon as his college is finished, he come to my office, told me where his office was, and took me to work. So I was kind of fortunate. As soon as I graduated from college, even before I left the college, I was already offered employment. So that was a blessing. And then, so I worked with this. My first job was my first project I worked on with him was at DBS Radio. He was doing restoration and renovation at DBS Radio, right? There, I think I met Curtis John Baptiste. I think I met Ted Daly, and a few other persons that I don't remember their names too. And I don't think they remember me either because I was since in 1991. A few of them came to my house in Capuchin after that when we were doing community service, I believe. Yeah, I invited
National
a few
Day
of
of
them
Service,
to my
yeah.
house when we were doing community service in Capuchin, I think in 92, 93, thereabout. So I started working in DBS, at DBS Radio, doing the restoration with gentlemen. I must say the first day I went on the job, the gentleman introduced me to two guys he had on the project. And he said to them, this is a young gentleman, he just graduated from college, he doesn't have any tools, doesn't have experience. Put him to assist you, whatever you find to give him to do, let him help you to do work and stuff, whether it be to denail, whether it be to assist in whatever way. And so then when the gentleman left, when Mr. Joseph left, the guys said to me, man, you don't need to kill yourself, the boss is not here. He's hardly here. You could pull out, DBS has phone. If you want to go make phone calls, you could go use the phone if you want to. And if you want to go down, you go down online, don't give yourself too much stress. But, I said to them, look here, guys, I don't share that philosophy. My philosophy is I come to work, the gentleman is paid me for working. I am brand new on the job. I come to work, so I'm going to work. I don't have time to use this people's cell phone. My objective here is to work and to deliver the man's work because he's getting paid to do the job and he's paying me. And they said, okay, so, I immediately, that same week, I went to National Development Foundation, I believe it was called. Um, I said to them, look here, I just graduated from college. I got a job. I don't have any money. I need to get tools for me to work. So they told me, they gave me some instructions, go get invoices from Master Funds and from UPD, and bring it for them. I went, I did that. And then they gave me checks and I bought my tools. So in 2 weeks' time, I had tools. I bought all the tools that I needed to work. And I went to work. And I think 2 or 3 months after I started working with the gentleman, he was going away to Canada for a few weeks. And he said to the guys, look here, Sebastian has just come, but he has demonstrated responsibility as a result. I'm going away, and Sebastian is responsible for you guys, and he's responsible for the job. So he put me in charge of the job and in charge of the guys. The same guys he told when I came the first day that, give me anything to do because, I don't have much skills and so on. And then I worked my way through there, and that was it. So that was a good experience.
And from there, what else did you do? Where did you work after that?
Well, from there, I worked with a gentleman. Then, we did some little bit of work here and there. I think we did some repairs to, I think, his family house in Bence. And then I think soon after that, he went out of business. So when he went out of business, I went back to Capuchin, where obviously where my home was. I went back to Capuchin, and while I was in Capuchin, I used to come to town. I think one day David called me and said, "Hey, 96 have some painting working on. 96 needs some help." So myself, David, we went to paint with 96.
Well, I just want to tell people 96 is a guy from Center Room, so I should say Federation Drive. He's a Maglo. I think it's Andrew
I think he's a
Maglo.
Maglo. I don't remember his name.
Andrew
but,
Maglo.
Andrew Maglo.
Yes, so and we used to call him by his CB name. So his CB name was 96. So just to give
Right.
clarification on that. Yes, go ahead.
And he was a good family friend to you guys.
That's correct.
Yeah. And then while I was there, one day, a friend of mine, which was Albert Wenham, who used to be a draftsman, who knew that I had interest in drafting because I had gone to college. And then he came up there one day and he said to me, he called me Sebastian, hey, he said, look here, there's some persons in Portsmouth that looking for a technician that could do a little bit of drawings and that understand drawings. And they're looking for somebody like you. And are you interested? I say, of course I'm interested. I'm looking for work. I mean, I just graduated from college. I need work. I need to practice. I need to, practice drafting and stuff like that. And then, I went back to that didn't work out instantly. So I think I kind of fast track a little bit. But prior to that, I went back to the farm when the Joseph gentleman business was closed. I went back to Capuchin with my dad, went back on the farm and helped him with his farm. And, during that process, Mr. Rennie, who was the principal of the Seventh-day Adventist School in Portsmouth, was my good friend. And he said to me, look here, Sebastian, I'm starting a part-time program where I want to teach building trades, because Mr. Rennie used to work at the college as well many years ago. So he had the knowledge, and he was also one of my role models. And he said to me, well, we're looking to do a program at the college. Are you interested? At the high school. Are you interested to do it? I said, sure, of course. So I got involved, and then I did drafting with him. And that's how I kind of developed a bit more skills in the area.
Develop more skills, getting yourself involved. Then eventually, you felt you were thirsty for more, and you had to do higher education. What else did you do from there?
Well, after I did the program with Mr. Rennie at the BVI Seventh-day Adventist High School in Portsmouth, he contacted the college, the Clifton Community Community College, and asked the college if he could register us, myself and Steve Joseph, same Steve Joseph I talk about, two of us. Well, several of us started the course, but the other guys didn't finish the course. It's only Steve and I who completed the course. He asked the college if he could register us to do the City and Guilds exam with the college. And the college then agreed for us to do the City and Guilds exam. So we did the City and Guilds exam, and I passed my City and Guilds exam. And so that kind of made me feel a bit more confident, and then that worked out pretty well. But while I was doing the course with Mr. Rennie, in the afternoon when we came down, because the BVI 7-day, sorry, I said the BVI, my bad, the Portsmouth 7-day Adventist High School is situated next to the Adventist Church, also situated next to Mr. DeVos Alexander's residence and supermarket and bakery.
Yes.
So in the afternoons, when we come down to class, if we come down early, we would go sit down on the porch of Mr. DeVos Alexander's supermarket. And we would talk and interact. And Mr. DeVos was, in the 80s, was known as in the early 90s, was one of the prominent building contractors in Dominica. And so we used the opportunity to interact with him so he could share some knowledge, because he was before us, he was a prominent contractor. We were coming into the business or coming into the industry, so we did engage him and start discussing with him, whatever knowledge we could get from him. Then we did that.
As a matter of fact, Sibu, before you continue, DeVos Alexander was one of the contractors used to build the houses in Bath Estate, the first set of houses in Bath Estate.
Okay, that's interesting. I never even knew that myself. I mean, I knew he had built other buildings.
Well, he has a building on Elliott Avenue too,
and also on Jeffers Lane.
On Jeffers Lane,
yes. He built a few buildings in Pottersville as well. I lived, and because his son was also doing the program with us, the part-time program with us, but his son had dropped off after some time, and so Mr. DeVos said to me one day, "I have a job for you. I have a project for you to work on for me." But prior to him giving me my first drafting project, the school wanted to build a residence for students who were living far from Portsmouth, who were attending the high school, children were coming from Marigot and from Roseau. So the school wanted to build a residence and a cafeteria. So Mr. Rennie, who was our instructor, said, "Look here, guys, I know you guys don't have all the skills, but I need to build this building and I need drawings. So you guys are going to do the drawings. This is going to be your signature drawings, or this is going to be your test." And then he gave us instructions and told us what he wanted to do and assisted us in providing directions. And we designed the building. It was a 2-story building with residence and cafeteria and a couple other things in it. And we designed the building. And after we designed the building, Mr. Rennie said to us, "Well, we need to get an engineer." So he sent me to Roseau. We contacted an engineer. He sent me to Roseau to meet an engineer to assist to provide us with engineering drawings. He sent me to Roseau, sent me to the engineer. He made the arrangement, and I went to the engineer with the drawings, told the engineer what we were looking at and what we needed to do, and the engineer provided us with structural drawing. And then that was, we submitted the drawings to town planning. We got approval. And so that brought some pride. Hey, this is your first project. And so when Mr. DeVos Alexander saw the project that we had done, because we showed it to him, because I said we used to come and sit down at his supermarket almost every afternoon before classes. And he said, "What?" He said, I have a project for you." And then he told me, "Look here, I have some land and I want to build a building on it. And this is what I need." He was building, I don't know if you remember, there was a building in Picard called Cafe Jolie. The building is still there. I'm not sure what it's called now, because I think he sold it over. It was called Cafe Jolie. It was right opposite to Portsmouth Beach Hotel. It was, it had I think 4 hotel rooms upstairs and business downstairs. And he said to me, "I want to do this building. I got the land, and you guys, can you do it?" I said, "Well, I'll give it a shot." And I went and I did a drawing for Mr. DeVos Alexander, and the rest is history. Then he got me a second client. He get me a client there was another lady within the Landville area that needed drawings, and he told me, go see this lady, go to this house, see this lady, tell the lady I send you. She wants drawing, and the rest is history. I just started, doing drawings, doing drafting for persons,
And they were all approved.
yeah, they were done and submitted to tongue and country planning. And then while I was doing that, things were a bit slow because I didn't have a permanent job. I would only do drawings when somebody contacted me or if I knew about it. But other than that, you go back to the farm. And then one day I was in town with 96 painting, myself, David. We were painting a house in Goodwill. And Albert came and said, hey, I know these folks in Portsmouth, they're looking for a technician. Are you interested? Well, obviously, I said, yeah, I'm interested. He said, okay, if you're interested, give me the phone number, tell me to call them. I called them the same day. And they said to me, yeah, we need somebody. Can you come to the office for an interview? Well, I packed my paint equipment and I catch the bus and I went to Portsmouth the afternoon.
No, I was just saying that Reggie Thomas, I'm sure you know Reggie Thomas. He said, my brother Sibo, great stuff. He also said someone spoke to him. He said, Ronald Massicott Sibo is a boss. And then he said, Reggie, Ronald Massicott said, Reggie Thomas, he still farms here in the BVI. I raid his farm in Cane Garden Bay every now and then. Just your reaction that you gave, just the same reaction that he gave. He said, ha, 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 ha. And Reggie Thomas said,
Massicott who comes at my house occasionally and get some stuff from my farm, or if I have anything, I would message him and say, hey, I got some produce in the farm. Do you want? So he would definitely come by. It's a good friend of mine. We all studied together in Cuba, so that's the camaraderie.
Yeah. So from here, from Portsmouth, what else did you do, knowing that you're still thirsty, you're still hungry to do that job? You're from the state college, people saw the confidence in you, people saw the ability in you, and so they allow you to do things that you never thought you would have done. What else?
Well, after the interview in Portsmouth, I was offered a job by Superwoods Product. I assume you know Superwoods Product. That was they used to build. It was owned by Julian Saint-Jean, which everybody know her for Mammies. Mm-hmm. She had then owned that business. So I was employed there to work as a draftsman, if I remember clearly. I was assigned to work with the production manager. The production manager was a gentleman from just above Buffet State. What do you call it? Santa Roma?
Yeah.
His name is Small. We used to call him Small. Just before you go up to Wharton Wave on the flat, I think after the bridge, he used to live in that area. I know him as Small. He was the production manager for Superwoods Product, and I was assigned to work with him. So I worked with him. He showed me what needed to be done. He assisted me in providing me with the factory knowledge. So I kind of learned quite a bit of stuff from him. Because he was the production manager, and I was assigned to work with the production manager to provide assistance with drawing. So we did our work together. So I worked there for about maybe just under a year. I worked there for just under a year. I made some camaraderie with there was the floor supervisor, a gentleman by the name of Desmond. They call him Dickie. Up to today, he's still my very good friend. We talk occasionally. Dickie's a well-known contractor in Portsmouth presently. His name is Desmond Morgan, but everybody in Portsmouth knows him for Dickie. He's built several of the buildings in Portsmouth. So he also helped me to understand the factory tools and equipments that were there. And then there, we built several prefabricated buildings, because Superwoods primarily built prefabricated wooden buildings, whether it was hardwood, which is Cuba that came from Brazil, or whether it was pine that came from Florida. So we built several projects in Dominica. They were prefabricated buildings um, that were, persons would come and they would buy the buildings and we would, I would do some of the drawings, then the production manager would do some of the um, documentation, and we would build those buildings throughout Dominica, Grand Bay, Portsmouth, Roseau, Watton Waven. We built several of those buildings throughout the island.
And
And
the
so,
next
so then
step.
I worked there for just about close to a year. I think about 6 months after I started working there, the production manager resigned, and then the owners were kind of concerned that they don't have somebody to lead production, and they asked me if I could do the job. I said, well, I don't have all the experience, but the little I know, myself and the floor manager, we put things together and we did pretty well. We managed the business until I left.
And when you left, what happened next? So where did you go next?
Well, I worked there, I said, for about a year, and then while I was there in 1996, I believe it was, I um I was interested in studying. I always, wanted to. I always loved architecture. I always loved drawings. So I wanted to study, but I know I had limitations. I did not have a high school diploma. I graduated from the college, but because the college was not well structured, we did not do any external exam. Um, apart from
Your
I
city
did
and
one
guild.
CXC when I was at the college, which is what the college had authorized us to do. One CXC in Woods, which I passed. That was not sufficient to take me to a university. I had done the city and guilds, which I had passed as well. But you it was required certain academic requirement, to enter certain schools. Um, so I wanted to study, but I was made to believe that I did not have the necessary qualifications, nor did I have the finances to pursue further education. But I was always interested in education, and then there was the option for Cuba, and then if that was an option, then I would take whatever option came my way. And a lot of persons say, no, you want to go to Cuba? So don't go to Cuba because Cuba is communist, and you will become a communist, and all these fans silly stories about Cuba. But I didn't really care much about what people were saying. I just needed to get an education, so I didn't really care where I get the education from. I just needed to get the education because I know I had a bad start. I didn't have a high school diploma. I did not have a proper degree from the college. But so I just figured I need to move on. I need to find a way. And as I said, I was Adventist, so I was ambitious because I was propelled by the idea of faith. I was propelled by the idea I could do all things through Christ who strengtheneth me. And even if I did not have the background, I still believe I could do it. You know, I once asked a cousin of mine who had studied in Jamaica. I asked, what do you think? How can I get into school in Jamaica? He said to me, no, you can't get into school because you don't have the academic qualification. And then that was it. And then when the Cuba thing came up, I figured, but I I might as well give it a try. I mean, I got nothing to lose. So I went to um, one of the ministers in back then was Mrs. Belloni, which is also a seaman. So we had the connections. We knew each other. She was a relative, although I was not in her constituency because she was from the Vilcas constituency. I think the UWP had just won the election in 1995, and I said, well, why not go talk to her and see if she can assist me in getting some scholarship? So I went up to the ministry one day. I just decided I'd go in, and I went up to the ministry and I asked to see her. And I called and said that I was coming, and then she told me to come. I went to see her. When I went to see her, I said, look here, this is my story, and I would like to get a scholarship. I hear you have scholarship going to Cuba, so I would like to get a scholarship. So she said, well, just do the necessary paperwork, whatever you need to do, fill in the forms and blah blah blah. I follow the process.
Just hold
And
that.
then
Just hold that thought. Just hold that thought where you ended. Just remember. I know the calls are
yeah.
coming in, but I think I want to take this call. Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Good night.
Good evening.
Oh, buenas noches, Sebastian.
Buenas noches.
¿Sabe quién habla?
No estoy seguro.
Warren. Nice
Oh,
to the
Warren.
program.
Dr.
I'm
Warren.
just, right there. I'm listening.
You mean that's
Okay,
Warren
thank you very
Sanford?
much, man. That's Dr. Alistair.
No,
Oh.
that's family. That's family.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
All right, just giving you some support. I'm listening, okay?
Okay, man. Thanks very much, and thanks for calling and continue to support.
Yeah, good program.
I know we have some history in common because we all went to the Patria.
So Doc, let us hear that conversation. You can't escape on me. Sebastian just let off the cat from the bag.
Uh-huh.
So what is the common?
What was that?
What's the common thing that you all have?
No. That's a private. That's a private conversation. Most private.
So in a nutshell, Sebastian, just tell us exactly what was that about.
Let's put it that way. My wife is his aunt, and he is also a Cuban graduate, just as I am a Cuban graduate. So that's the connection.
We all are.
Yeah.
All
Very,
right, then.
very diplomatic.
All right, Warrior.
Okay, Warren.
All right.
Yeah, if I know Warrior well, boy, he's laughing in the background there. If I know Warrior very well. So yeah, continue about that scholarship.
Yeah. So yeah, I submitted the documentation. Occasionally I would check with Mrs. Bellamy and see if there's an update and because I relied on her to make open the avenue for me. I relied on her heavily because I know she was influential. She was a government minister. So I leveraged the opportunity to see if she could facilitate me. As I said, I know I had challenges with my background, but I never doubted my ability. And then that went by. A few weeks went by. I never heard anything about it. I called her. She said, well, nothing yet. Just whenever if anything happened, then somebody will call me. I will get to know if it materialized. But I was never guaranteed that I would get any scholarship. And then I had a girlfriend in town. So one Saturday afternoon, I left Capuchin, and I left where my house is, because I live in a place called Bellevue in Capuchin, and then I walked down to the bus stop, which is maybe a 10 minutes walk. I walked 10-15 minutes walk where you go to the bus stop if you need to get a ride. So after church on Saturday, I went down to the bus stop. I was going to go to Roseau, catch a ride to go to Roseau, go see the girlfriend. And then while I was in the bus stop, I saw my sister come running down the road towards me and calling me. I said, what's wrong with you?
That's Maria, right?
That's
Maria.
No, that's Lucille.
Lucille.
Yeah. So I said, well, I just left home. Why is she running and calling me loud on the street? And she said, I just heard your name on the radio. They call your name for scholarship to go to Cuba. I said, yeah. He said, yeah, they call your name for scholarship to go to Cuba. So I tell her, because I think she heard it in the after the 1:15 news when they're having announcements.
Mm-hmm.
It was made that time. So I tell her, okay, no problem. I haven't heard from anybody, but I will. I said I'm going to Roseau and I'm going by my aunt. So I will ask Cecil, because Cecil is working DBS. So I will ask Cecil. So when I came down to Roseau, I did ask Cecil, hey, my sister told me X, Y, and Z that my name called for scholarship. So Cecil told me, give him a few minutes, he will check back. And he checked. I think he checked back with the radio station, and he said, and he did confirm to me that yes, my name was called for scholarship to go to Cuba, and then I should report to there was an office, I think, above there was an office in the post office in town. All the names that were called were to report to that office, I believe, on Monday for a meeting with the Ministry of Education. So I was already in town the weekend. So I just, Monday morning I didn't go back to the country. I just went straight to the meeting Monday or Tuesday morning, whenever the meeting was. And then it was confirmed there that yes, a scholarship was awarded to me to go to Cuba to study. I think it was about 20 of us. I think it was roughly about 20 of us that were awarded scholarship to go to Cuba. That was in I think that was in September of 1996. Right. So I went to the meeting, and then I think we were given some instructions. I if I remember, I think Pierre Charles was at that meeting. I'm not sure. I think there were some people there giving us some insights and some encouragement, and telling us about the procedures and what to do and when we would leave, etc., etc. So I immediately called the office that I was working with in Portsmouth and told them I had gotten a scholarship and I was about to leave, and they congratulated me and said they would support me and promised that they would give me some financial support. And Miss Julian was gracious enough. I think she gave me $5,000 EC that same week. And she said, Sebastian, you're a good person, and we will not stop you. We will encourage you. And she gave me $5,000. Tell me that I know it's going to be tough, so you keep this money. And she not only did she give me money, she guaranteed me. She said, look here, Sebastian, any summer that you come home, whether this company have work or not, come to the office. We will employ you every summer. We will provide you with employment so you can at least have some money to take care of yourself and feed yourself. So that worked out perfect. Every summer I come home, I had employment. I would go to the office, work, and help as much as I can, whatever I can, and I said the rest is history.
Well, I can tell you, your friends are talking. Reginald Thomas said that where you're talking about the post office was the Public Service Training Center, and he said that it was in October of that year, on the 21st of October. He remembered the year, and Reginald Thomas said first it was the former CMO, then Reginald Massicot said Dr. Tuse was at that meeting, and also Reggie Thomas says, Sibu, you had all that money? Anton and I did not know that.
Well, actually, I did not have the money. The money was given to me, but I had just to let it out there so that Reggie, so you could leave me alone, Reggie, right? Reggie is my good friend, by the way. Reggie and Anton have been two of the most troublesome guys that I came across, but they are two good friends, right? Very, very good
That's
friends.
Dr. Reginald Thomas.
Up to today, we are still good friends.
Dr. Reginald Thomas. Dr. Reginald Thomas.
Yes, Dr. Reginald Thomas.
From Newtown.
Yeah.
You talked about the vet.
Yes.
Yeah, the vet doctor. That's my good buddy.
Okay.
Right. Apparently, when I got the scholarship, I had commitments because I had purchased, I think a few months prior to that, I had purchased land. I purchased some land in Portsmouth. Right. So when I got the scholarship to go to study, I had to pay for the land. I had a loan. I had taken a loan at the credit union in Roseau. So I had a loan paying when I got the scholarship, and so I went to the credit union and I said, look here, I've got a loan and I've given a scholarship. I need to know what's the process and what is the procedure, what I need to do. And they did explain to me somebody could either pay it for me in my absence, so I could pay it off completely. So whatever money I had saved plus the $5,000 that was given to me, I took almost all of that money and I paid off the loan completely, because I could not leave a mortgage for my dad, who was a subsistent farmer, to pay for me. That was not fair to him. And I couldn't put the burden on any other family member because I was now an adult. I was in my 20s, I was an adult, I had to take responsibility for my actions. And I had money saved because I said I was working, I was employed. Um, and I had already paid a certain amount of the loan. My dad had given me some money to pay on the land, so I didn't buy all of the land. I had paid some of the land cash and had some. So I used whatever monies I had to pay off the debt that I had, so that I didn't leave any debt for anyone, so that I could go to study and be free. So Reggie, I didn't have the $5,000, right? The $5,000 was used to cover the basic expenses that I had. So when I went to school, I was almost broke because I had to take care of my debt prior to leaving the country.
No, someone wants to know, because you made mention that you came to town to meet a girlfriend.
Why do you want to know
And
his
in the
girlfriend?
chat, they want to know who's that girlfriend.
Why
Because remember at the time, very early, you said that your cousins, twin brothers, were teaching you how to talk to girls and to get you girlfriend, but you were not very much interested in that. Later on, you said that you had a girlfriend.
Yeah, well, I had a girlfriend. That's who is presently my wife up to this day. We passed the phase of girlfriend. We got married. We got kids. And then my wife, Dawn Alexander, which is now Dawn Alexander Joseph. That's the daughter of Mr. Divorce Alexander that I mentioned to you earlier on, contractor in Portsmouth, and Nurse Alexander, who also reside in Goodwill. I think these people are kind of well-known people. So yes, I do have a wife. I had a girlfriend, which moved from girlfriend to wife, and it is still my wife.
Okay. So now you are in Cuba. You left Dominica into Cuba. Matanzas? Where were you? Havana?
Yeah, Matanzas.
Okay.
Matanzas.
Okay. And what did you go and specialize? What area?
Well, I had signed up for architecture prior to living in Dominica. I signed up for architecture, and but the process in Cuba, because we're not Hispanics and we don't speak Spanish. In those days, they would send you to Matanzas, to University of Matanzas, where you would study. They call it preparatoria, which is a preparation course. They would give you a preparation course, which or like an introductory course, so you could learn the Spanish, and you could also learn some basic subjects relating to your career. So if you're going to study engineering, they'll teach you maths, physics, chemistry. If you're going to do medicine, you would maybe learn chemistry, biology, that kind of thing. And so teach you Spanish first, and then after a few weeks, they'll introduce you to other subjects.
So what?
So
Go ahead.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we arrived in Matanzas. I think it was 20 of us. It was 19 boys and one girl, Royet. Reggie was part of that group. Mascot was also part of that group. Michael Seaman was also part of that group. Ross was also part of that group. Matthew was also part of that group. I think Ian Anslem was also part of that group. There were quite a few other guys. Keith Prosper from Grand Fond, that is the Grand Fond at the East, was part of that group. There were two brothers from Portsmouth, which is Nick and Kendall. I think Kendall passed away some years ago. And there was Nick. I think Nick is a medical professional. I think he's a child pathology, I believe he is. Works in the US. I think he works at Harvard University or something like that. And there were a few other folks. There was Kendra Blanchard from Goodwill. There was Noni Trotter. There was a couple other guys. There was a guy by the name of, I think, Fitz. There Williams, Jim Williams. There's Derek. There were a few folks that Nubian. A few folks that studied. There were 20 of us, I said.
Someone told me Anton Laville and Ian Sorrento.
Anton Laville was also there, yes.
Yes.
Anton was a former police officer. Ross was also a former police officer.
Ross Libla, right?
Yeah, Ross Libla, yeah.
All right. And Derek Geese and Anton Laville, as you said.
Derek Geese, I think he works at the college.
Ryan Anselm, as you said. Median.
Yeah.
Median, Derek, Nick.
Yes. Nubian, I think Nubian studied veterinary medicine as well, or agronomy, I believe. Agronomy. Yeah. There was Dodds. And we had some good memories.
Guys, good. How many years you spent in Cuba?
I spent about close to 6.5 years, close to 7 years.
Did you ever come home, or you stayed full time?
I came home every year. I had to come home every year.
Now tell us the drilling on the process of studying while in Cuba.
Well, firstly, you do the first year or first 8 to 10 months in prep, right? Which is prep school, where you learn the language. I think that for me, that was the most difficult part of studying in Cuba, in that you're in a foreign country where you don't speak the language and you don't understand the language. You go to a class, the teacher speaks in the foreign language, and you are told you're not authorized to speak English in the class. You should only speak Spanish in the class, and Spanish is not your language. You don't understand the Spanish, and you cannot speak it. But you are told you cannot speak English in the class. So imagine how complicated that is, right? There were some folks who went to high school who had done Spanish in high school, so they were a bit better off in starting because they already had a background. They knew some of the things. People like me, I didn't know anything about Spanish. I mean, I remember Sparrow song singing "Yo te quiero, señorita," right? That's all I knew, "Yo te quiero, señorita," but I never even knew what that meant. That's all I remember doing in Spanish. But gradually, you work your way through. You work with a dictionary. I mean, I used to work at a small pocket dictionary everywhere I go. And by the first week when I arrived, there were a few folks that went there before us. I remember Hudson was there. There was also another young man that went with Hudson, Irvin. Hudson was also a member of the Adventist Church, and I was a member of the Adventist Church. We knew each other in Dominica because he was from Portsmouth. So, he took me to church the first week. We got to church. And I said, Lord, this is a challenge. I'm in church. People speak Spanish. They speak. I don't understand what they say. I can't speak to them, but I just sit and listen. And then at the end of the service, a family came to me and said, well, let's go home for lunch.
You said in Spanish. I sure they spoke to you in Spanish. No, they spoke to you in Spanish. Tell us how they told it to you in Spanish.
Well, they didn't tell me. They tell those who could speak Spanish, and those who speak Spanish, those who were there before me, tell me, no, they want you to go home with them for lunch. So I went with them for lunch. I couldn't speak the language, neither could, they knew a few words in English. But when they say necessity is the mother of invention, right? When you have a need, then you have to find a way to satisfy the need, or there's a problem, you have to find a solution to the problem. Mm-hmm. So I went to the home. There was a family, husband, wife, and they had 2 small children. So they would give me, after lunch, and almost every Saturday I would go there after lunch. They would give me the kids' room, tell me I could go lie down and sleep on the kids' room if I want to rest. And then that first day I went to the house. I remember the meal vividly. It was white rice and red beans. That was lunch. So I ate my white rice and red beans. And then I realized while sitting on the table, there was not, after they finished eating, there was not one single grain of rice left in the plate. And I'm checking, I've never seen that, because I know where I come from. We leave some food in the plate to give it to the cat or the dog, or you throw it outside for the chicken. And then I see these people eat every single thing in the plate. Well, I just did the same, because I figured, well, when you're in Rome, you do as the Romans do. So I ate all the rice and the beans, and then I took my dictionary. Well, we were communicating with each other, but limited. I said they knew 1 or 2 words in English. I had a dictionary, So I would use the dictionary. If I need to say something, I would go look for the word in the dictionary, show it to them, but try to pronounce it as best as I could. And humans are intelligent. Humans can figure out
Adapt.
things. You give me two words, and I could figure out what you tried to say, right? And then you use a pen or pencil and paper. You write figures. You write on a paper 100, 250, that kind of thing. You write your countries, Dominica. If you have a map, you show them where the map is. That kind of thing. So that was challenging for me. And then after lunch, they said to me they're going to take me back to the bus stop. Because remember, I'm new in the country. I don't know where the bus stop is. I don't know the people. I don't know the area. I don't know anything. And then the guy said to me, no, come, you got to sit at the back of the bicycle. I said, sit at the back of the bicycle? I'd never ridden a bicycle in my entire life. And then the guy said, no, you sit at the back. I ride the bicycle, I pedal, and you sit behind. And man, I was at the back trembling and putting the man out of balance because I'm not accustomed. That's not something I ever did. The man dropped me off at the bus terminal and put me on the bus. I knew where to get off the bus because I knew the bus was passing at the university yet, so I knew where to get off. Put me on the bus. I paid my fare, and you drop your coins onto the bus. And I went home, and that was my first real experience in the community meeting people. And so every Saturday I went to the church. It was therapy for me because I was a Seventh-day Adventist. They were Seventh-day Adventists, so it was therapy for me to go and associate with people that are Seventh-day Adventists like myself. I know they would not introduce me to any bad practices, and it was also they were young people as well. And I knew church was a safe place, and the pastor had said to the congregation that they must ensure that they look out for the foreign students. But there were a few of us that were Adventists that were coming through the school, and the pastor had made it his responsibility to ask the church members to look out for the foreign students, whether they understood us or don't understand us. They had encouraged them to take us to their homes and create a network with us, and we did that. They did that, and that helped me significantly in learning the language.
It's important that you said that. I'm very happy that you said that, because people are of the view that in Cuba there is no church or that kind of thing, and so I'm very happy that you're able to spell very early that in Cuba, while you're in Cuba, very early attending school, that you were able to identify a church that you could have assembly through the fact of your Dominican friend who introduced you to a family. Now, some persons want to know about Professor Rosa.
Professor Rosa was a very nice lady who taught us Spanish. She was the first professor we had who taught us Spanish. She knew English. She knew a little bit of English, but she insists that we should not talk English in her class. And the first day we came to class, I think she told us in English. If you want to learn Spanish, when you leave class today, go out there and get a Cuban girlfriend, and you will have absolutely no problem in learning Spanish. That was her first instruction. That was her first social instruction to us, that we should, when we leave the class, go and get a Cuban girlfriend, and we will learn Spanish.
Second time you're hearing about girlfriend from your cousins in Dominica and now from a teacher. What advice is that? And you left your girlfriend in Dominica.
Yeah, I left my girlfriend in Dominica. As I said, my objective in Cuba was not to go for a girlfriend, was to get an education. So I didn't pursue any girlfriend. Some of my colleagues did pursue girlfriend. I wouldn't call their names, but some of them did pursue girlfriends. But there were some who were loyal to whether they had girlfriend in Dominica or did not have girlfriend in Dominica. They did not get involved in that aspect of life.
Right, but let's be clear.
In those days, Cuba was a very vulnerable society when it comes to that aspect of sexual behaviors and type of life. So there were a few folks who sort of did not get involved in that kind of, like, I remember, Keith Prosper and I we were good friends, and a few other guys who did not get involved in that type of life.
Yeah, but there are some Dominicans who studied in Cuba who eventually got married to Cuban women.
Yes,
And
of course.
some of them got married. And because, of course, you're in a new society, if you don't have a woman or whatever, like you were already involved with a Dominican lady. But to get the language, many persons would probably socialize with the other sex just to get to familiarize themselves with the Cuban language.
Well, the thing is, the Cuban society was a bit different from ours. Our society is more of a conservative society. The Cuban society is not that. It wasn't that way. It was more exposed. You were more vulnerable. Sexual behavior, sexual practices was not taboo as we were accustomed to. You go down the road tonight, you meet a girl, she becomes your girlfriend, she sleep with you the same night. So it was not a society that conservative like us down in Dominica or some parts of the other Caribbean islands.
Telephone call.
And some of my friends did get girlfriends as well pretty soon after they arrived.
Telephone call. Good evening.
Buenas noches. Vos, ¿cómo estás? ¿Todo bien?
Buenas noches, sí, estoy bien.
Vaya, qué bien. Buenas noches, Cecil. Yo sé que tú puedes hablar español un poco, ¿no?
Well, I don't speak no Spanish at all. I understood the question, and I want to say good night to you too.
Well, I understand. Habla despacio para mí comprende qué dice. Habla despacio para mí comprende qué dice.
Bueno.
I ask him to speak slowly that I can understand.
It is good that you have a Spanish person here on your program, and it is good that you have somebody who could relate this Spanish experience.
Lloyd, you should have helped me a long time ago, Lloyd. Instead of calling on the radio.
Cecil,
I was waiting for you not to say the name so that Sebastian would have guessed who it was.
Yeah, because I was wondering who that is.
That was our neighbor in Baffin State. That was our neighbor in Baffin State.
Okay.
Yeah, Lord, I remember that.
Yes.
Habla.
Just that where religion is concerned, and we have to say that thank God for many blessings that religion is there, but religion can only be practiced by a recognized set that is approved by the government. So they have to go. There are many processes that they are going through, and there are few religions that were approved by the Cuban government. The Seventh-day Adventist, the Catholic religion, and a few others. Because I remember that one when we first got there in 1995, I got there in 1995, we realized that we didn't know the language, so we wanted to worship as a group, and there were many institutions called on us for that gathering. So while they recognize the religions, but you cannot just gather as you wish to worship unless you were an approved gathering. But it is good that we note that many openings were there, because before 1997 people would not have known that. Before 1997, Christmas was not a celebrated holiday in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
So Cuba, the first time Christmas was celebrated was in 1997, just before Pope John Paul II came to Cuba, and then after that it was made a public holiday that Christmas was recognized. So it's a bit of history, it's a bit of knowing what has happened in Cuba, because the revolutionaries believe that some persons took advantage of religious persons, because they said that there is a history of some persons that their enemies took advantage of them, that when they were praying, when they closed their eyes to pray, that is when they advanced and took advantage of them. So they said that you pray in your heart, but you do not really express it. But really, really nice to note that, and religion continues to grow in Cuba, and it continues to flourish. And we continue to have that religious freedom, and it's beginning to blossom even bigger than, you could say 30 years ago that I first went there to now. But it's good to see that you have a Cuban person on air, and it's good to see that you have your cousin. You could interview him. It's a very good program. I will be listening. I will continue to listen to yours.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Joseph. In terms of your course, I know Lenin's Marxist theories are usually articulated in terms of the political ideology. Were you exposed to any of the Lenin's Marxist view?
Of course. I was exposed. I mean, I went and looked for Marx and Lenin book for myself to read, not because school advised me to read it. I just was interested in knowledge and interested in what they had to say. So I read their books as well. But at the end of the day, reading a book or being taught something at a university does not necessarily mean that become your ideology. So yes, I did read Marx and Lenin material. We did very little of Marx and Lenin ideology at university. The material that I used Marx and Lenin, that was me outside of class studying, reading books about Marx and Lenin.
Let me ask you my other question.
It had very little to do with the university itself.
What about during summer? Did you all go cut cane? Did you go to the farms to plant? Did you go to the farms to take part in the harvest? How was it?
Well, the thing is, the Cuban has a system where you as a student have to be involved in other activities outside of education. So, for example, you're responsible for cleaning your environment. So the school has a system where you, as a student, is responsible for cleaning your room and cleaning your bathrooms and your toilets. Right? Every day, the school assigns a different person to do that. So that's part of your responsibility. Also, the school has a program where I think once a year, you go out, whether it be on a cane farm, whether it be in a factory, you might go out for a day or 2 days to contribute to the development of the society. So yes, I went to a farm, I think twice. If my memory serves me well, I think it was either once a year, I believe it is, or once a year, maybe 2 days or 3 days, once a year, you would go to the farm. It's not during the summer, it's during school time, because during the summer, people go to their various homes. So it would be during school time, you would, there's a week that is designated for you to get involved in those type of activities outside of the campus. So you get involved in whether it be sugarcane, whether it be some other activity within the society.
And that would have been easy for you.
Nothing serious.
That would have been easy for you.
Some people might make it sound like you're going to work as a slave. That's not true. I didn't have that experience. I think I went twice for a few hours on the farm, and that was it.
Well, your good buddy Reginald Thomas said that was fun. You know, I went to collect he said that he went to collect potatoes.
Right.
That was fun, and he also said it's once a year that was happening. And what it did for you, though, is to bring back some memory back home, because at home you did quite a lot of that using of that cutlass.
Well, I mean, that was nothing for me, because I grew up on the farm. So going on the farm and pick potatoes or gather potatoes or put out some weed from some sugarcane plant, that for me that's
fun for you.
Second nature to me. For the persons who came from town, who are not accustomed to that, may have had a little challenge with it, but persons like me had no issue with it whatsoever, because it wasn't nothing difficult, and it wasn't something that you had to do for a long period of time. It may just be for a few hours in the day. The cleaning part, I didn't like the cleaning part. We didn't like the cleaning part because the conditions in the dormitory were horrible. Sorry that I have to say that, and if there's any Cubans listening, but it is true. The dormitories condition were horrible. They were atrocious. They were untidy. They were filthy. There was lack of water, and so people would use the washroom, and you have no water to flush the toilets. So and then you have to go clean it, because if it's your assigned day to clean,
you must do it.
Clean it. But that is not the experience of everybody. That's the experience of some persons. Depends on where they were. Those persons who studied in Matanza. In my time, that was our experience. Those persons who came the year after and went to San Fuego, they did not have that experience. So it's not the same across the board. When I studied in Camagüey, which is where I did my career, I did not have that experience. I had relatively okay conditions. I had, it was different. So it depends on where you were and at what time. At what time you were in the country as well.
Military. What about military?
I never got involved in. I'm not aware of any persons around my time got involved in any military service or any military. Not that I know of.
Okay, great.
great.
I just wanted to put these things on record because there are
Yeah,
some
I never
people.
got it. I was never trained or instructed or taken to any military base or given any military ideology or anything.
Philosophy.
I mean,
Okay.
one thing, you were taught history, and obviously you would learn the history of the revolution and history of Cuba. You would also taught philosophy, and the philosophy is more based on the communist ideologies, Marx and Lenin. So you were taught philosophy, but again, that's just a course you do in a semester or maybe 2 semesters.
Did you ever see Fidel Castro? Did you ever went to the rallies where Fidel was addressing the revolution?
Revolutionary Square.
Did you ever see him,
Well,
Fidel, or around?
when I was in Camagüey, I Fidel never came to Camagüey when I was there, so I never had the opportunity to see him. I saw the Pope because the Pope came in the Plaza de la Revolución in Camagüey where I was studying. Well, I lived in the Plaza de la Revolución, and the Pope was there. So I saw the Pope, but I never went to any of those Fidel Plaza de la Revolución presentation because I said he never came to Camagüey when I was in Camagüey.
Okay.
He never came to Matanza when I was in Matanza, so I never got the opportunity to see him.
Now, what about the whole concept of stipend, living standards, foods in that period while studying?
Well, I mean, we had the government of Dominica had an agreement to give us $900 US per year per student. That did not always come through, so sometimes you had to rely on your family. If you did not get the stipend. The stipend could come in various ways. It could come sometimes they would give you all of it when you live in Dominica in September to go back to school, or they could give you a portion of it when you live in Dominica and the other portion give it to you in the process while you in Cuba. Sometimes some persons from the government would come up and distribute. I said it was not always forthcoming, but depends on which province you were in, you would manage with it. If not, then your family would have to contribute to support you. Persons like me, I said I worked when I came home, so I got a little bit of money. Then some old friend might meet you on the road during vacation time and give you a 20 US or 15 US, so you put all of that together. And the cost of living was very low. The Cuban government as well gave us, I believe it was 100 peso. I think they gave us 100 peso every month. So the Cuban government did give us a little bit of stipend. So when you put all of that together, if you were in somewhere like Camagüey, it was manageable. If you were studying in Havana, then that would be a bit of a challenge. You would need a bit more money. Also, it also depends on your standard of living. If you want to go sit and eat in a restaurant and you have to spend, and those things would affect you. Persons like me who were very economical, I understood my purpose and I had limitations with money, and I also had pride. Whatever money I had, I would ensure that it lasted me for the year.
So you budget.
Every year when I go back to Cuba, I would put my money in the bank, make sure I have at least $500 for me to buy a ticket to go back home. That was always on the side. And then every month, you go to the bank, you take out $100 or $50, whatever you need. And use it. Some folks struggled because they were not good at managing their money. Some didn't have a good family support, so if there was no stipend, obviously they would have to depend on others. Some rented homes. Those who were more economically better, they rented apartments or they lived with families. I lived with a family at one stage. During my career, I paid them, $20 a month. So I did that. So it all depends on which province you were located in and how you manage your financial affairs.
So your final, in reference to your exams and your achievement, what did you do then at the end process of your studies?
You mean at the end of the career?
Yes, of the studies.
Well, the thing is, when you study in Cuba, I mean, Oh, let me just plug this in before I go to there. I did preparatory in Matanzas, and then after the first year, we were sent to Camagüey. Myself, um, Ronald Massicourt, Keith, Derek, and Wednesday Williams. We went to the sent us to Camagüey when we came on vacation to Dominica, and we went back. We went to Camagüey. When we arrived in Camagüey, the school in Camagüey said, "Well, we don't have no records from Havana stating that you guys come in here. So we don't know you, so you cannot start classes." Right? So practically for a month, we were back and forth with the school. And we couldn't get through. We called Dominica to try to get the matter resolved. We were not getting through. We tried to go back to the school. The school said, "No, there's no record. You guys, there's no documentation saying that you guys coming to school here. So you can't." So we were out of school for a few weeks. And then when it arrived on the last week, the school told us, if you miss this week, if you don't get your documents sorted this week, then you will not be able to start university. You have to go back home. So then we had to go to a hotel. I think we went to Hotel Camagüey and asked the hotel to send us we sent a fax message to the hotel to the ministry in Dominica, and a few days after we were able to go to school, but we were almost sent back home because apparently they said our documents never came from Ministry of Education in Havana stating that we were coming, and it was about 5 of us. So that was very stressful for us because here we are, we cannot speak the language too well. We could then speak the language a bit, and then we are told, "No, you cannot enter school." So that was tough. And after they agreed for us to enter school, we went and I think 4 of us were supposed to be in architecture. We went to do architectural exam because you have to do an aptitude exam in order to start architectural school. You cannot just come and go to architectural school. You have to do an aptitude exam. We all failed the aptitude exam when we did it because we were not prepared. We didn't know what the aptitude exam was all about, so we were not prepared. So we all 4 of us failed the exam. And then we say, "Oh Lord, look trouble." We all fail our exam, so we can't study architecture. So we all we all went to civil engineering. So the 4 of us went to the civil engineering. So we did civil engineering for the first year. And after the first year, we had done understand the system, understand the language very good. And we went and do the aptitude exam the following year, and then we passed it. That's how I ended up, getting back into architecture and was able to do the architecture. And then I studied architecture for 5, civil engineering for 1 year, and architecture for 5 years. And then what happened? The school sort of sums up all your grades for the 5 years, and at the end of the year they give you they work out a ratio, and they give you your final grade. So your pass grade is 3, 4, and 5. Anything less than 3 is a failure. 3 and up, between 3 and 5 is pass. So 5 is excellence, 4 is sort of there, and 3 is average. So once you pass above 3 and above, you qualify to graduate. So once you graduate, you get a degree and you get an average. If it's 4.5, it's 3.5. I think my average, I think, was 4.5 or 4.45 thereabout. So I think I graduated with good grades for somebody who didn't have a high school diploma.
Then after graduation, what was the next step?
After graduation, you gotta leave the country and go back home. I came back to Dominica after graduation, and then while I was home, well, first you apply to the government because the government sends you to study. So the first thing you do is to apply to the government for employment, and if there's no employment, then you seek employment in the private sector. So I seek employment in the private sector. I worked with Sarah McKenzie for maybe a month, thereabout. Because I knew Sarah McKenzie because I had done when I was in 4th year, I had done a summer. There was a summer course. Well, there was some project that I was supposed to work on at school, and I'd asked the teacher for authorization to do it in Dominica, and they had authorized me to do it in Dominica. So I did it with Sarah McKenzie when I was in Dominica. So I knew him. And so I worked with him for I think maybe about a month thereabout, and then I from there I moved to the Virgin Islands, which is Tortola. Can we get a bathroom break?
Okay, let's take 2 minutes for bathroom break. I realize you may just want to have your bathroom break. So yes, Sebastian,
Yes,
we can have a bathroom break.
Bathroom break, yeah.
Yes.
yeah, let's take a bathroom break.
Yes. Well, as you can hear him, making mention of Cuba, it has always been a situation, Brain, where in Cuba that it is not as luxurious as most of us think when when you're going to study in Europe or in the United States or even in Canada.
No. Well, studying overseas, because I studied in Jamaica, I still studied in Malta. The fact is that when you're studying, there are challenges. Yeah, sometimes when I had a government scholarship, and sometimes when I was in Jamaica, your stipend don't come on time, and that could be very troublesome for you. So you may have to use some of your finances, to take your way through. So whether you're in Havana, whether you're in Cuba or different provinces, there are always challenges when you're studying overseas, because remember, you're not at your home, eh?
And not that alone, Brain. We have to take into consideration many other times, in reference to the fact that you're given an assistance to go out there, and you have to do well. So I think the yard, his Lakou, his life as a boy growing up very early in his life, was preparing him for Cuba.
Right, because one of the things that you have to do is you have to adapt, and not only that, he did not have a high school. He was not a graduate of a high school, so neither did he know the language. Because some of us who go to Cuba have a background in Spanish, right? Because some of the high schools they teach French and Spanish, and so you would do the basics of Spanish. So you would have an advantage over some of the people who never spoke the language or even never studied it at high school.
And that's important to note, that even if you did not go to high school in those days, that doesn't prevent you from aspiring where you would like to. And that's why I think this program here is of great importance, to make people understand that the person that you are seeing today who is being glorified had his or her struggle to ensure that he reached the mark that he wanted to reach.
Well, it's your ambition. You must study, and we have to give a lot of kudos to Cuba, because you're hearing even in the news that there's some aspects of the Americans who are also saying that some of the medical persons who work are sort of slave labor. You're hearing that discussion in terms of Cuba, but nobody's saying the contribution of Cuba to the education of small island states, not only in the Caribbean, Latin America and Africa, in terms of assisting in educating, all people.
Okay, I think Sebastian is back with us. Let's go back to him. Yes, Sebastian. So you are now back in Dominica. That's where we are.
Several Mackenzie for about a month, and then I had applied to the government of the Virgin Islands for employment, and then just a month after I started working at Several Mackenzie, that they called me. I received a phone call asking if I wanted to come to the Virgin Islands to work. I said sure. Once the tools are there, I will come to work, and then that's how I end up. I left the country.
What enticed you to apply to the British Virgin Islands? Who gave you that concept? That idea?
Well, it was my wife. My wife had a contact, and my wife had also graduated from university as well. And she was employed in Dominica, but the financial reward was not comparable to the needs that was at the time being, and she felt that that she was underpaid, and she needed to move on to seek, better conditions for herself and for her future. And then, we discussed it. Initially, I was not interested in leaving Dominica because I thought I had possibilities of developing because I had already worked in the construction industry. So I knew the industry, so I knew people in the industry. So I was of the opinion that I could do well in Dominica. But when you have family, it's a different story. I was already married, and we decided collectively that it may be best for us to leave the country. So I left. I was the first that got the opportunity to travel outside of the Virgin Islands. So I did take the opportunity and come to the Virgin Islands to work.
So,
but I didn't make a demand. When the Virgin Islands offered me employment, I didn't make a demand. I said, the only way I will come to the Virgin Islands and work for you is if you will employ my wife, because I'm not leaving my wife behind and my son. I had a son back then. I said, I will not leave my wife and my son behind. So the only condition I will come to work for you is if you will employ my wife. And they said, sure, if your wife wants to teach, she's free to come. And that was it.
So you were able to get a job with the private sector, public sector?
No, public sector. I work with the government. When I first came to the Virgin Islands, I worked as a school teacher.
As a school teacher?
Yeah, I work as a school teacher, yes.
Doing what?
I taught at a high school. I taught in an island called Anegada, which is part of the Virgin Islands. I taught Spanish. I taught West Indian history. I taught technical drawing. I taught woodwork. Because remember, I had done woodwork in technical college in Dominica. And then I taught social studies. So I taught 5 subjects.
Wow, from a person who did not attend a high school brain to now teaching a high school 5 subjects.
That's good.
Yeah.
But
it was easy because it was this student population was very small, so it was not very difficult to, you had enough time to study and to run the research and prepare the necessary work for the kids because the population was a very small population. So I did that. I mean, I don't think it was difficult. So I did it for 2 years. My contract was 2 years with the possibility of renewing for another 2 years. But within that period of time, I decided I was not going to carry on with teaching. So I diverted from teaching into architecture.
And when you diverted to
architecture, were you still into Tortola, Virgin Islands?
No, what I wanted to find out was, did he develop his own company?
Oh.
Did you, outside of developing your own company, did you work with somebody? How did that work out for you?
I worked with someone. I saw an ad in the paper. And as I said, I've always been blessed and I've always been fortunate. While I was teaching, I had a student that I taught technical drawing in school, and when he was in 4th form, normally in 4th form, they just after 4th form they send the kids for the summer to work in the private sector or with government offices. So I had a young chap that I taught technical drawing, taught him how to use the computers and the technical drawing. So he went to do his summer in an architectural firm because he was interested in architecture. And while he was there, the director of the company told him, "You're so good. I mean, you're just a 4th form student, and you're so good. That means whoever is teaching you must be excellent. Find out if that person wants a job. Because if you're so good as a 4th form student, that person who's teaching you has to be good. Find out if that person wants a job to come and work for us, to do architecture for us." And then the student called me and said, "Hey, look here. Those guys don't know you, but they say I'm good, and they want to employ you because they think you should be good." Right? I went to see them, but I was still working for the government. I went to see them. They told me, "Yeah, if you want to work for us, sure, we'll take you up and work for us." I didn't accept the offer. I didn't take the job because I said I was still working with the government, and I didn't want to violate my contractual arrangement. Because if I had violated the contractual arrangement, break the contract, I had to leave the country and all that. So I said, let me just finish off that. Then I had another opportunity where there was a Cuban graduate who worked here before, lived and worked here. As one of the older guys who said to me he knows somebody who's looking, an investor who's looking for an architect if I'm interested. I say, yeah, but I'm working. So he said, yeah, you're working, but you could always, break your contract and I think. So he took me to the guy and, the guy had an interview and the senior architect said to me, look here, said, Sebastian, you're not the type of person I'm looking for because you don't have the experience. I'm looking for somebody that has years of experience and blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the interview, he said, you know what? He said, you know what? I like you. I like you very much. I'll give you the job. The job is yours. So I was blessed in those things. Then I didn't take that job either. And then I saw an ad in the paper. I decided, well, I was coming to the end of my contractual period. And I needed to decide what I was going to do, what I was going to continue teaching. I was going to move into architecture. So I decided I'm going to move into architecture. So I saw the ad in the paper just before the end of my contract. So I applied, and the gentleman responded and he said, well, I'm in France and I'll be coming to the Virgin Islands in such and such a time. Let's arrange to do an interview. And when he came to the Virgin Islands, he called me, we arranged an interview, and he said to me, well, I'm starting a business in August in the BVI. He said, I'm starting a brand new business in the BVI in August. You'll be my first employee. And I took the job. That was it. And I worked with him I worked with him from 2005 to 2011. I practiced architecture in the Virgin Islands. In 2005, the family went back to France due to the economic recession in the US in 2008, 2009. It affected the business because 95% of our clients were foreign, were expats, whether European or Americans. So when the US had the recession in 2008, 2009, that affected our business. So as a result, they went back to Europe, and I had to find employment elsewhere. They closed the business, and then a few days after they closed the business, I think it was about a week after they closed the business, a colleague called me and asked me if another company had called me. I said no. He said to me, but I spoke to the director of one of the companies, a company from Orlando, but they had an office in the BVI. He said, I spoke to the director in the BVI and I told him you're a very good guy when it comes to projects because you could manage projects and you have an architectural background and your company's closed. So, if they're looking for people, I'm available. He asked me if the guys didn't call me. I said, no, nobody called me. He gave me the number and he told me, call him. So I took the number the same day and I called. I called the following morning because it was already after working hours. I called the following morning and the guy said to me, yeah, I was just talking to the head office in Barbados about you. They have not spoken to me. They have not employed me. They've not had a discussion with me, but they're already talking to head office in Barbados to employ me, right? The guy said to me, yeah, I mean, I heard about you. I don't know you, but I heard about you, and we'll employ you as long as you willing to go to work for us in St. Vincent. So I tell him, well, give me a few days, let me think of it, because I got a family, I got a wife, and I got two small children. So I came home, I spoke to my wife, I said, well, this is the situation. These guys, want me to work, but they want to send me to work in St. Vincent. At that time, they were building the Buckerman Bay Resort in St. Vincent, which I think now is owned by Sandals. So I told my wife, look here, between my wife and I, we agreed that I would go to St. Vincent, providing that the salary was a certain amount, because I needed to come home maybe every other month, to spend time with the kids and to be with the family. So the salary had to be a certain level in order for me to be able to support that type of life. So we agree if they can give me a certain salary, then I would go to St. Vincent, because the salary would give me some flexibility to come home maybe every other month or every 3 months and spend some time with the family. So I went back to the guy a few days after I went back to him. I said, look here, I'm willing to take the job to go to St. Vincent to work as a project architect. He said, yeah, that's fine. It's a nice project. It has worked for 2 years. blah, 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 blah. And then he asked me if I have any questions. I said, yeah, well, I just need to know what's the package. You know, I didn't make an offer. I just need to know what the package is. And then he told me, we agreed that we will pay you X amount. And when he said that, he was offering me $1,000 more than what I had agreed to settle for. Right? So I was getting $1,000 more than what I was prepared to take so that I could come and see my family, once a month. And then when he said so, I said, okay, I'll take it. Because I was getting $1,000 more than what I was prepared to agree for. So I took it. And I went to St. Vincent. No, prior to that, I told him, I'm a family man. I need to come see my wife and my kids. And he says, Sebastian, don't worry about this. It's not a problem. You Caribbean people love your family. He said, when you want to come home, just tell us, we'll pay for the plane ticket. Right? And then I used to come home, every month when I worked in St. Vincent for 6 months. Every month I used to come home. I just buy the ticket at the end of the month, send them the bill, and, they paid for it. So, life was a dream. And then from St. Vincent, they sent me to Barbados. So I worked in Barbados for about a year. I went to Barbados, I went to Dominican Republic, because we had projects in Dominican Republic. We had projects in Barbados. So I spent a year in Barbados. I was working on, I was a project architect for a 1,200-room resort that they were looking to build in Barbados. At the time, we were doing two projects. We were rehabilitating one project, a hotel that they had purchased, and we were about to build another brand new hotel on, I think we had 70 acres of land somewhere. But we started building a few show homes, and then I kind of didn't like what I saw going on, so I quit. I went back. I came back to the big world. I told them my family was important to me. I had two small children. It was too difficult for my wife, so I had to come home. I basically made that up. That was not my primary reason for leaving. I figured what was happening internally, and I didn't want to be part of it. So I left the company. And then 3 months after I left, a colleague wrote to me and said, a colleague called me and said, hey, Sebastian, it was a good thing you left because the business shut down. And then that was it.
What is your biggest?
And I came back to the Virgin Islands after that.
So what is your biggest project thus far?
My biggest project?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I've worked, as I said, I worked on St. Vincent at the Buckingham Bay Resort. It was a big enough size resort. I worked, the biggest project was the one in Barbados, but that project did not materialize because the business was closed. I worked on, and then I moved back to the Virgin Islands. I worked on several projects in the Virgin Islands. So when I moved back to the Virgin Islands in 2013, I practiced architecture for about a year. And then the industry was a bit slow, so I decided, well, I'm going to move to project management. There might be a bit more fun in it. So then I started practicing project management from 2014 to present, which is about 11 years, really. And within that 11 years, I worked on several projects here in the Virgin Islands.
What is meant by project?
Most of them are high-end projects.
What is meant by project management? What is that?
Project management is a discipline in the construction industry, where you help homeowners. Well, it could be both from the contractor's perspective as a project manager, or it could be from the developers or owners' perspective. So you could work as a project manager for a contractor, or you could work as a project manager for a developer. It is an administrative and technical responsibility or discipline within the construction industry that helps to manage a project from the inception to completion. Right? So you provide necessary technical support, which includes documentation. You provide sometimes on-the-ground support of the project itself, but it's in a lot of cases it could be very administrative, right? So it's more or less you manage a project on behalf of a contractor or on behalf of a developer or a client.
And you have been doing the both?
Both in terms of what?
In terms of management, in terms of your clients.
Well, I mean, I used to work for a construction company for 11 years. Mm-hmm. As I said, I just resigned 3 weeks ago, I believe. But prior to that, I worked for a construction company as a project manager in the company. So when so my responsibility as a project manager was sort of both it was both pre-tender and post-tender. I'm not sure if you know what I mean.
Help me to understand that.
Pre-tender means I would assist in preparing documentation on behalf of the contractor to submit for tender. That's pre-tender documentation. So you do things like method statements, you prepare all other documentation that the tender document may requires, because some tenders require a lot of documentations, right? So that's pre-tender, and then you have post-tender. Post-tender is after the tender is awarded, then you get involved in the administrative process of seeing the project starting and getting it completed.
Let me ask you a
So
question. Let me ask you a
Excuse me?
question here. Let me ask you a question. In terms of post-tender, let's say after the tender has been accepted, your role would be to ensure that within the financial base, that the project does not over-exceed what it was budgeted for? Or
Well,
would
that is relative to the type of project you run, and that is also relative to how the project is administered. You have projects where project managers manage all the aspects of the project and they manage the finances. You have projects where quantity surveyors are involved, where the project manager does not really manage the finances of the project, but the project finances are managed by the quantity surveyor or by a commercial manager, right?
Okay.
So I've had cases where I had to manage the finance and the project, and I had cases where I only manage the project and the quantity surveyor manages the finance.
How are you regarded in the BVIs? The name's Sebastien Joseph. How are you regarded?
In terms of profession?
Yes.
Well, as I say, I used to work for a construction manager, so a lot of persons know me in the industry as construction, right? Although I still practice a little bit of architecture, I am more known as a project manager because that's where I have done most of the work. And a lot of my work, the 11 years that I worked project management for a construction company, almost 9 of that was outside of the mainland of Tortola, right? About 8 to 9 of that was outside of the mainland of Tortola. So I worked a lot in Virgin Border, in Oil Not Bay. Oil Not Bay is a development owned by a gentleman from Michigan who has a development. And then I also worked on Necker Island. You would have known Richard Brunson, which is owner for Virgin Atlantic.
You worked for him?
Not directly for him, but I was part of a team that built a project for him.
And what was that project?
That's a house we built for him at Guana Island. Not Guana, I mean Necker Island, sorry.
That's the
Necker
house.
Island.
That's the house he lives in.
Yeah, Necker Island is an island owned by Richard Brunson.
Yeah.
And he has a few residents on that that he uses as his tourism product that, guests, a lot of high profile guests come there. When President Obama left office, 2 days after he left office, that's where he came and spent 10 days.
So that's a private island?
Yes, a private island, yes.
Owned by Richard Brunson?
Yes.
Okay.
Right? So I was part of a project team that built a project for him.
How stressful it was to work for a man of that magnitude?
Well, it was not that stressful because his team was fully administrative. So even if we were doing one building, he had 4 persons working on his team as his construction team. So he had a quantity surveyor, a project manager, a construction manager, a procurement manager. So he had 4 persons managing his part of the project. And we as a construction company, we were asked to also have an administrative team to run the project.
But with that Richard Brunson, is he a billionaire or a millionaire? What is he? Is he a tycoon?
I'm not sure if he's a billionaire now, but I know he's a millionaire. He has, over 400 businesses around the world. He has Virgin Galactic, um, the Virgin brand, which I think is over 400 businesses. Um, so he's one of the wealthiest Englishmen. But he lives a lot here. He's been here for maybe 40 years or more, so he's been here a long time. Yeah, so and I say a lot of the projects I work on is more high-end projects for wealthy
people.
Europeans or Americans. Because for instance, I worked at Oil Not Bay with the contractor. We built a few projects, and all of those projects are a few $1 million, every single one of them. Nobody goes there and build a house for $2 million or $1 million.
So nothing like a 5 million, nothing like a
5, 10, 15,
20 million. Wow.
That's what you said?
20 million, 15
that's
million.
That's what you said? Where's that?
Yeah, people do build houses for those costs. I mean, people who have money do build houses for those costs. Yes.
No, I lost some.
You
I lost you along the way. You said that you all are building something like $15 million. Where was that?
No, I said, when you go places like Oil Not Bay, which is where I do a lot of project management for the contractor, the projects that are built there, they range from 5 million up. So they may be 5, they are 10, they are 15.
And when you're talking 5 million, you're not talking 5 million EC, you're talking 5 million US.
Yeah.
So where do you where do you range yourself? Where do you range yourself working for this kind of people?
Well, remember, I work for them, but I didn't work for myself.
I
work
know.
for a construction company.
Yes, I know that. But for your company,
why are you shaking your head like that?
For your company to
Relax
get
yourself.
for your company to get the bid, it means that your company is a reputable company. So I'm asking you.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Yeah. We were one of the few high-end construction companies, because in the BVI you have construction companies, but you have high-end construction companies who deal with those kind of projects. You have other contractors that don't deal with those kind of projects, but they don't have the capacity. They don't have.
I'm going to ask a foolish question. Already said no question is foolish.
You're very probing.
What kind of vehicle you drive?
Boy, it says, what better house I've got, sir?
Just asking what kind of vehicle you drive. Zafazul, what kind of vehicle you drive?
Why you want to do Mercedes Benz?
I have a Jeep Wrangler. That's what I drive for now.
And maybe what type of house that you live in?
But hear me, step boy.
The man building houses for people.
Well, he has a special house.
I mean, I build houses for people, but remember what I said to you. I used to work for a company, so the business and the profit of the business is not mine.
I know that, but you'd have to pay your wealthy. You have to pay some good sum.
But yeah, I have a house.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure if I would give details about it.
I don't need details. I just want to know if it's a 80 by 40 or a 120 by 360.
Something like yours.
It's not rectagonal. Let's say it's about 2,200 square feet house.
Very good.
2,200 square foot.
Yeah, 2,200.
All right.
Okay.
What about, do you have a tennis court? Your friend asked me to ask you.
If you have a
Dr. Reginald Thomas asked me if you have a tennis court in your yard.
We born see.
I do.
And also a pool. and a pool.
Reginald, one bit who's that, sir?
No, I don't have a pool. I live right next to the sea, so I don't need a pool. I live right next to the sea. It's less than 2 minutes and I'm in the sea, so
that's good. That's good.
I sometimes get up in the morning and go down by the beach, and I live right next to one of the most popular beaches on Tortola.
No, let me ask you, how much your life, the Lakou life that you lived as a boy, prepared you for that giant
transition
life? No, that giant life that you, not transition. Most of us transit and not able to meet and touch.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
The great ones. So I'm asking.
Cecil, I've always been a humble person. I remain humble. I'm the same person. I'm basically the same person you knew.
Boy, Cecil.
In the early 90s when I used to go to college, I remain a humble person even if I have grown professionally. I still remain humble. I still interact with people. I still do what I have to do. I live every day a normal life like everybody else. I go to work. I come home. I still cook. I still go in the yard and plant a few trees of saive or banana or something. I still climb mango trees. I'm still the same. I'm the same person.
In
I've
other
just
words,
grown professionally, but I'm still,
to put it
I still live
mildly,
a normal life.
to
I
put
go
it,
to church, I preach in the church.
so you're still Sebastien Joseph. You have not
So I
altered
am.
your paradigm. You have not shifted your
Yeah,
paradigm.
I'm still Sebastian Joseph. And the thing is, when you grow up and you grow up humble and you understand the basic things of life, and when you go through Cuba, those of us who go through Cuba, I mean, I use myself as an example. You're taught to remain humble, even if you um, grow in life in certain aspect of your life. You remain humble and you appreciate life and you appreciate whatever is achieved. You take it and you say thanks to God and you enjoy it while you're alive.
No, quickly. Someone, I'm not so sure if it's $1,000 they wanted to say, but someone said that, where is it? I'm looking for the information. In reference to the Necker Islands. I want to read exactly what the person said. Basically, the person was saying to be in the Necker Islands, you would have to, per night, something like 100,000. I'm trying to get what the person said. I suspect the person wanted to put 1,000. Help us to understand that.
When you live in that island, is
Well, I don't understand.
Oh
the
yes, the person
question.
said it costs 100,000 US per night to stay on Necker. I don't understand what the person meant.
I mean, Mecca is an island. My understanding, if you're going to rent the island, because you could rent the island, right? And a lot of the celebrities that come to Mecca Island, they book the island, right? So you book the island for your stay, a week, 2 weeks, a month, whatever.
Oh, that's what they meant.
what I mean.
I think it is close to 100,000 or about there, to rent the island, because remember it's
Celebrities.
if you come to the island, you have access to everything. You got restaurants, you got the beach, you got the houses. They have a little bit of wildlife like turtles and stuff like that. They have the marine aspect of the activities. So it's not a place where you just come and you sit in a room and you lie down and sleep. There are other activities. It would include other activities, whether you kayaking or whether you do skydiving or whatever. So there are other things associated to the island if you come there as a guest. And remember, it's an island, and if you come in and it's an exclusive island, obviously you have to pay the price for it. There's no question about
Well,
it.
I hope you're not thinking, Cecil, of spending a night on Necker Island. That would cost you about 2,000 US a night. 2,000 US a night just for the basis.
Well, you heard what the man said. He said,
And the reason why I'm telling
he said the Necker Islands, you have everything. You are renting an island. You're not renting
Right.
a hotel.
and the reason why
You're
I'm,
renting everything in the island.
the reason why I'm telling you that, the reason why I'm telling you that, my grandson works on the island. So he did give me some information that it would cost you about 2,000 US
Yeah.
a night to be able to spend at least a day on the island. So just imagine you're spending a week, and you're talking about US, not EC.
Yeah, but remember what I said. Remember, a lot of the celebrities, when they come, they would rent the whole island.
The whole island.
Maybe rent one of the buildings if you choose to. You can rent one building. But if you come in as a celebrity and you come in with other persons, you would rent the whole island.
The
And
whole
when you rent the island, everything, you get everything. You get your food catered for you. You get
Someone,
the beach restaurant.
someone said that
restaurant.
Nadal, the tennis player, paid $100,000 to be there.
Yeah,
You-
a
man.
lot of celebrities come
Come
there. And again, a lot of the people that come there, it's not really known to the population of the Virgin Islands, because we don't really pay much attention to that. Because remember, there's a seaport right next to the airport. So in case a celebrity comes to the airport, he can just walk across to the seaport, take the boat and go to the island. So nobody really sees him.
So it's
or
another
her.
another Dubai.
So it's kind of
Private.
exclusive. It's low key.
It's Dubai.
very low-key.
It's Dubai in the
Small
Caribbean.
island.
It's Dubai in the Caribbean.
I mean, I wouldn't go that way. Dubai is high rise and highways and stuff. Here is very low key. It's very, very low key. Small, villa type thing. But, we have the ocean. That is, we have the ocean on the island. So that makes it that makes it prestigious.
Prestigious, yeah.
You have nice sceneries and nice views from the hills, and you're looking at the bays and all of that. And you
No,
got a few beaches and stuff, so that
no,
makes it
no,
exclusive.
no. Before we go, as a Dominican, we're building an international airport. What role you can see yourself playing in that international airport? I know you'd smile.
I know Cecil, boy.
I know you'd smile.
I mean, I don't know much about the airport. I know it's going on. I know it's I mean, if I always say if I get given the opportunity to make a contribution to Dominica, I will not hesitate to do it, as long as it has the necessary rewards that comes with it. I would not hesitate to make a contribution to Dominica at all, whether it be the airport or it be something else. I would be happy to contribute to it.
Well, I know that you are in the circles where the family members of yours are very close to the administration. So the probability, who knows, you might get a call tomorrow
high
after that
probability.
interview.
High probability. The ratings are high.
I don't know. I never say no. I mean, some years ago I tried, but that looked like it fell on deaf ear, so I just left it alone. And I said, I'm happy here. I got family here, but if I have to make a contribution to Dominica once it's available and it has the necessary
rewards,
yeah,
you will do it.
Rewards and all of that. It's something that could be that could definitely be considered.
You never thought of opening an office in Dominica?
Well, as I said, I was working for somebody. I was working for a company. I just left 3 weeks ago, so now I'm kind of venturing into my own space. So you never know what can happen.
For you to resign and to think of your own space, it speaks volumes. It gives me a story. You have seen promise somewhere, somehow, to make you become a giant.
Yeah, I mean, there becomes a time when you have to stand on your own. You're not a kid all the time.
Yeah.
When you're born, you learn to creep and then you walk, and then you stand up and then you run, right?
Mr. Joseph.
So as I said, I worked for people basically all my life. So I just think the few more years that I have on earth, I maybe do something for myself.
Well, let me put it that way. Since both of you, I believe you one day you were 7 days as well.
I'm still an Adventist. An Adventist is always an Adventist.
So I'm saying the Lord will guide you both according in the direction that Mr. Joseph here will go in the future. He needs to make his contribution to his life. He has already done it, but with the kind of skills that he has developed, one would expect that he would, in his final days, make his contribution to national development. That's how I'll put it.
I can see, I don't know, I'll tell you. He is the cousin of Rudy Joseph, who was on DBS once upon a time. The cousin of Bernard Joseph, the pastor of
Bernard,
I think a Pentecostal church.
Yeah. He has his own church now.
He has his own church. So he comes from a very strong family that I'm sure from that strength would help him to be able to be who he wants to be. I can guarantee you that.
Okay, boy, Cecil, you're very diplomatic.
No. But Sebastian, tell me what you think of tonight's program.
Mr. Sebastian.
Tell you what I think about the program?
Yeah, we're coming to the end now.
No, the program is always a good program. I mean, I listened to it a few times. I don't always listen to it, but I listen to it a few times. I think it's a good interactive program. I think it should continue. And I mean, if you could get people from the smaller communities and bring them on, I think that would be excellent. It's good. People can interact and share their stories. And it's also helps to resurrect history. I don't think we've always done a very good job in documenting our history. So that is a means of sharing stories, and it's also can be an inspiration. It can also be an inspiration to others. I always say, I always tell young folks when I talk to them, look at me. I have a university degree, but I never went to a high school. So you never give up on life. Once you put your head and your mind towards things, there's a possibility that you could achieve it. So, I mean, I'm happy that I was able to share my experiences and make a contribution to the program. It's excellent.
And I must say thank you very much. I think you were excellent tonight. When I told you how long the program was going to be, you said you don't think so. But it looks like as if you don't even want to stop.
Well, it's already 10 past 11.
But Cecil, you got to consider I am a local preacher, so I at least I can talk a little bit, so
I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
man. Yeah, man.
Adams.
Yeah, I must say that it was very interesting, very interactive. I must say, for a man who never went to high school, and your spirit of faith drove you towards achieving your goals that you set. Very inspirational for young people. For me myself, I enjoyed hearing you and understanding your your historical background. It was a pleasure being with you tonight, Mr. Sebastien Joseph. I did enjoy interacting with you tonight. To have a
According,
blessed night.
yeah,
according,
you're welcome.
according to
And thank you very much for having me on the platform.
according to Rosie Libla said, "Bravo, Sabo." Reggie Thomas said, "Do well, my brother." Ronald Massicott said, "Good interaction, Sibo. Bravo, keep up the good work." And Franz, our cousin, Siran's daughter, says, "Good luck with your endeavors." And I just want to say to you, I was happy to speak to you, especially bringing back the memories of Dimitri, Dalaford, Simmons Gates, Grand Fond, Laho. These communities, most persons in Dominica are not even aware that they are wrong. As you said, Grand Fond, or Dalaford, sorry, is no longer because people don't reside there anymore. But the point is, even when people reside there, not too many people knew of the place. So you're able to give us a landmark as to where those places can be found. And maybe from this program tonight, maybe we might put the DFC or the DDA into a challenge to go and discover this place or places so that they can maybe even make it a very popular tourist site. Because we know in growing up how much things that are within that community or communities, so that the visitors themselves, when they arrive, they can actually visit. So I really want to say to you, thank you very much. I'm so proud of your achievement, Sebastian. I know where you came from. I know your background. I know how humble you are. I know how shy you can be when you're ready. But I'm very proud of all of the achievement that you made and the confidence that people placed in you. And by virtue of that, you were able to build yourself and to really help you to be a greater person. But before you go, I think you need to say thank you to your wife. We did not say anything much about your wife.
Well, I mean, I only respond to questions you ask me. Well, my wife is here. My wife, as I said, is from Goodwill. My wife is Dawn Alexander, the daughter of divorced Alexander and Trifina Alexander, or Nurse Alexander, as she's known. We've been married since 2002. We got two children, Sheldon Joseph, who is in Atlanta, and my daughter Donick, who is here with us, who is at local college. My son graduated from university 2 years ago. My wife is always instrumental in anything that I have to do that is electronic, so she had to help me with this Zoom stuff earlier on. So she's listening as well. She's somewhere downstairs listening. I said we came here together. We stayed together. We've grown together. We built our home here. And she has also. My wife is very academical. She has studied. She has a bachelor's degree in economics. She studied in Cuba. She also has a master's degree from UB. And I think she has a BBA, which is that she has from one of the schools in the US. She presently works for the government of the Virgin Islands. She's one of the policy analysts, but I think now she works as a strategist, I believe, for the Premier's office. She has contributed significantly to the government of the Virgin Islands. She's a senior technical person in the government. She's worked in Ministry of Finance. She's worked in macro fiscal unit. She's worked in the statistics department. She's worked in the planning department, and now she's helping carve the strategy for the Virgin Islands. So she has been a good asset to the British Virgin Islands, and she has contributed significantly here. And here she has also made the Virgin Islands a home.
I am so proud of Dawn. Seeing Dawn as a little girl, young girl, growing up in the 70s Adventist church. Know her father very well, know her mom very well. I am very happy for your success, and I just want to wish you all continuous success, and that from your inspiration, that some other people can gather that and to build and to become stronger. You know. So someone said, "Great job, gentlemen, and blessed night. Have a safe drive home." Thank you very much, Brenda Alexander. And I just want to say to you, Sebastian, thank you. And I wish you the best with God's guidance.
Okay. Thank you very much, Cecil and the Brains. Thanks for having me on the show. And I hope I could have been some inspiration to someone. And I hope my story can be used as a platform for some young persons anywhere around the world who might be listening. Right, and it was a pleasure. I'm sharing with you two gentlemen, and continue to do the good work and continue to lift Dominica high. And maybe one day I'll see you guys down there, maybe at the airport, for the next maybe the next hotel project.
Okay.
I'll see you
hear
guys
that?
there.
Maybe the next hotel project. So I told you the guy is going to come on his own. Maybe the next hotel project. So that means already applying for wanting to build a hotel project in Dominica.
And obviously, seeing that you have close link within the inner circle, one would expect that you facilitate the process.
That would be very easy.
But yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm open now that I am freelancing. I'm open. And somebody contacted me recently in another Caribbean island, said they want to do an eco resort, and they reached out to me and said we want you to be the architect on the resort. So there are possibilities that things can happen in the region and possibly in Dominica too.
I'm sure by tomorrow I'll get a call. I wish you good success.
Good success, my brother.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, it was a
Well,
pleasure.
no problem. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, all right then.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right. Bye. So
bye-bye.
here it is. We were actually speaking to Sebastian, Dominican, who is living in the diaspora. I should say he's living in Tortola in the British Virgin Islands, and it was really good having him here tonight. Very inspirational, and so I just want to say to him, thank you. God bless you as we move across to the BBC World Service.
The final, because thousands had not gone through the airport-style scanners to get into the Arthur Ashe Stadium. And unfortunately for many of those ticket holders who were paying hundreds and in some cases thousands of dollars for a ticket, many of them were still outside queuing to get in throughout the first set. The President was here as a